Yes, family, lodge up yourself, pick up yourself. You know what time it is. Your host, Selah, Shalom, chiming in. You know why? Because it's a vibes. Yes, family, I see you chiming in. It's a vibes. Lodge up yourself, pick up yourself. Peace and blessings to the righteous gods and goddesses. Yes, family, you see what it is. Creative vibes. It's a vibes. It's a vibes. It's a vibes. Where's that family? Big up yourself, lodge up yourself. Harriet, I see you. Conscious flow, I see you. Y'all chiming in. Elijah, I see you. Peace to the fam. Peace to the fam. Selah Shalom TV, according to the text, as it is written. It's a vibes. It's a vibes. Yes, family. Big up yourself, lodge up yourself. Your host, Selah Shalom, chiming in for a quick few. You know how we do. You know what I mean? Peace and blessings to all of you who decides to chime in on this 4th of July weekend. It's a vibes. Create a gang in the building, you already know. God, see, gang is an acronym. My man Yasser Fitz made it up. So it means gods and Neravinian goddesses. That's the acronym for gang. So when we say create a gang, referring to the gods and Neravinian goddesses. Neravinian goddesses meaning Neravinian is another word for Etheria, the high heavens, the highest place in creation. So when we say peace to the righteous gods. See, we emphasize that we say peace to the righteous gods because you have unrighteous gods out here. You have gods out here that are angry and jealous. So we don't represent the angry and jealous God. We don't represent the warring God. We represent the righteous God. So that's what we say. Peace to the righteous gods and goddesses. So we don't get it confused. You dig? Another thing I notice is that religious people don't understand cycles, seasons, new ages. When you talk about the new age, the first thing cats go to is the Illuminati. They go negative. If you notice, anybody who follows these biblical gods, everything that's outside of their scope is negative. If you don't believe in Jesus, if you're a Christian, you're going to hell. Negative. Everything is negative. You say, yo, we in a new age? Oh, the new age, that's that Luciferian, or that's that Illuminati, that's that new age stuff. Negative. Everything is negative with these people. You dig? I see you. Yeah, ain't no angry and jealous gods over here. You know what I mean? We keeping it righteous. For the righteous gods and goddesses. That's the vibes. It survives, yeah, though. So a lot of cats don't understand the progression of times. They think that time's supposed to stand still. You know what I mean? When Moses came, Pharaoh wasn't ready for what was to be delivered. So Pharaoh was like, I don't know your God. Who is your God? You know, the message then was, let my people go. Pharaoh was like, nah, nigga, this shit gonna remain the same. See, anytime change come, people don't know how to adjust to change. The creator, it's all about change and evolution. The proof of that is the seasons. It doesn't stay summer all year round. It doesn't stay winter all year round. When summer come, you can complain all you want, but you got to adjust to the heat. When winter come, you can complain all you want, you got to adjust to the cold. So when these new revelations crop out of the world, come out of every corner, regardless of how you feel, it's here. Regardless of how you feel about the Oahspe, it's here, and it ain't going nowhere. Regardless of how you feel about when winter come out, how you hate the cold, it don't matter. It's here, and it ain't going nowhere. So learn to adapt to the seasons and cycles and the changes when they come. So you could be up on game, because you never know. What you may be missing out on be the very truth you've been looking for all your life. Talk to me. Just imagine if y'all would have never paid attention and never took the Oahspe serious, and all this valuable information we bringing out, you would have been missing it. You probably would have been still bound down to the white Jesus, or you would have been bound down to the black Jesus, or the black Yahshua. Or you would have ran off to Islam somewhere, bowing down 5 times a day to a God that require worship. See, true God don't require you to worship true God. When you go to the heavenly kingdom of true God ain't going to expect you to be doing this bowing down shit. No. He going to be like, all right, in order for you to resurrect and progress in these grades, you got to basically go into colleges, learn this, learn that. Learn the nursing, learn the factories, learn the schooling. When you become efficient in those areas, then you'll be ready to ascend. You'll take a test. If you pass the test, just like school, you pass the grade. If you got a low grade, if you're not capable of see, you're not going to move into the heavens or into the next resurrection or the next harvest if you're not ready. So, for example, if you in 10th grade and you struggling in 10th grade, you got an F average, you're going to get left back. You're not ready for the 11th grade. So you being left back is to show that you're not sufficiently knowledgeable to go on to the next grade. You got to perfect this grade before you can move on to the next grade. So you got to perfect everything in the first resurrection before you can move on to the second resurrection. And the same thing with the third resurrection. You got to perfect the things. You got to perfect the grade. See that? Lion of Yama, see you. Mercy, I see you. You see that? Shalom, family. So people are scared to adjust to change. When Moses came, Pharaoh was scared to adjust to change. What was the change what was the change of Moses' time? Let my people go. That was the change. If Pharaoh would have let his people go, that would have collapsed his kingdom. And that did collapse his kingdom. That's what collapsed the middle kingdom. The Exodus, the Hekakasu, the expulsion of the Hyksos. That's what caused the collapsing of the second kingdom. So regardless of how Pharaoh felt, it had to happen. And when it happened, it was great change. It was change for Pharaoh, because he was in denial, and it was change for Israel because they was coming out of bondage, going into the wilderness, a lifestyle that they're not familiar with. That was the new age. Moses' time was the Exodus was the new age. Going into the new, coming out of the old, going into the new. And then the next age after that, or the next change after that, was what? Yeshua. Speaking for the Hebrews, it was Yeshua. When Yeshua came, he came with another doctrine. The kingdom of God is at hand. You know what I mean? Turn the other cheek if you look at a nigga wrong and offer him the other cheek. He going against what Moses taught. If somebody smack you on this side, you smack him on the other side. Eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth. Yeshua spoke against that. He spoke against what Moses spoke. Moses was given the lower law. I punch you, you punch me. That's the lower law. That's dealing with survival of the fittest. That's dealing with the carnal mind. That's dealing with the beast self, the lower self. Yeshua gave you the laws of the higher self. If somebody smack you, you turn the other cheek and let them smack you. You like, hell no, nigga, I ain't no pussy ass nigga. I ain't gonna let no nigga smack me, because you still dealing with the carnal mind. We can't even fathom the idea of somebody smacking you and you offer them the other cheek, because we're not accustomed to the higher law. So when Yeshua came, he came expressing the higher law, which is the spiritual law. The Leviticus law is a carnal law. Ain't nothing spiritual about the Leviticus law. The spiritual laws was given to the Oralites, those who carried the oral tradition. They was called Oralites, who you call Israelites. Because if you think of the story of Jacob wrestling with the angel and then the angel giving him his name to Israel, if you really pay attention to that story, that shit really don't make no sense. So Jacob sees an angel and they're wrestling. Okay, they're wrestling. What the fuck they doing wrestling? You know what I mean? Like, what nigga walk up down the street or whatever in the field, I'm at the park and I see an angel and we start wrestling. What the fuck is the benefit of wrestling with an angel? Can't none of you niggas explain that, because there is no explanation outside of that verse to give you the deeper meaning or the precept to what even they dealing with, wrestling. So Jacob is wrestling with an angel, and then Jacob, the hollow of his thigh gets out of place. So that nigga dislocated his fucking hip or some shit, right? And then he said he ain't gonna let go of the angel till the angel bless him. So wait a minute. So you wrestling with an angel, you break your hip, you holding on to the angel saying, nigga, I ain't gonna let go of you until you bless me. And then the angel said, all right, well, I'm gonna change your name to Jacob to Israel. What is the significance of that? That shit ain't making no sense. But to conclude, Jacob was dealing with an angel. Now the oral tradition is mouth to ear, ear to mouth. And you were taught in the inner temple by communicating with the angels of the Creator. So the Oralites, who carried the oral tradition, they was taught from mouth to ear, angel to the priest, or whoever was in the inner temple. If you was in the inner temple studying the oral tradition, those who had the Leviticus law studying on the outer temple, they didn't know nothing about the inner law. It wasn't for them. The inner law was for the Oralites, who you call Israelites. The outer law was for the Leviticans, or the Levites, the hangers-on, the sojourners, the strangers that came out of Egypt with Israel, the Leviticans. That's why they ain't have no inheritance. But that's a whole nother story. You know what I mean? So you up here wrestling with an angel. So it's just significantly, it was an initiation, or it was an oral initiation, but it doesn't say that. But being that Jacob is dealing with an angel and they're talking, that's oral tradition, that's spirit communion. So Jacob was given the oral tradition. Although it don't say that, but just understanding the Oahspe's oral understanding of oral tradition is spirit communion. So the Oralites in the Oahspe, the Israelites in the Oahspe is Oralites. And they have too much to do with the seed of Jacob. It had more to do with the practice of an oral tradition. So if you was initiated in the oral rites and ceremonies, you was considered an Oralite. You know what I mean? So it's not necessarily dealing with a bloodline, although in the Bible it is a bloodline dealing with Jacob and the 12 tribes. But essentially, the real initiation of an Oralite is being initiated in the oral tradition. And once you are initiated in, you are an Oralite. You are one who practices oral tradition. You don't write nothing down. Everything is remembered here. Everything is remembered upstairs. Let me see if I can find some content on that. The oral tradition is the Oralites, the Israelites. So check this. Yahweh say dread, Nazarah, Messiah, Shalom, creator, gang, all day. I mean, down to see you. Shebrew 144, I see you in the building. So check it in God's book of Ezra, chapter 10. It states this, starting from verse 8. It said, of the faithists of Western Arabia, who for the most part, of the faithists of Western Arabia, who for the most part call themselves Israelites, suffice this, the two branches still remained, those who lived under the oral law and those who lived under the written law. The later were called Leviticans, that is, hangers-on, and of imperfect flesh and spirit. See, hangers-on, those were the strangers who came out of Egypt with Israel. Verse 9, the Leviticans were not scrupulous as regarding war and the preservation of their seed. And in consequence of their sins, they brought great shame upon the faithists in general. See that? And it makes sense because the Leviticus priest is the one who had to deal with all the sins and the offerings and the burnt offerings. So yeah, that's goddamn great shame if you got to constantly be burning offerings because you niggas are sinning. And the Leviticans example were evil, and they gained in numbers faster than the Oralites. The Leviticans worshipped the Great Spirit under the name Adonai and El, or God. Verse 10. As for the Oralites, so called because their doctrine and teachings were sacred, and only spoken being taught man to man and woman to woman orally. They were non-resistant, and they owned nothing, giving all things to the rabbi for the public good. Their practice was love and harmony, doing righteousness in all things, trusting Jehovah, whom they worshipped under the name Eoah. All the prophets and seers were born of the Oralites. So right here, the Oahspe is distinguishing two groups of people: those who come up under the Leviticans laws, and those who come under the oral laws. Those who come up under the oral laws were considered Oralites. This is where you get your Israelites. Those who was up under the Levitican laws is what you have in your Bible. The Levite laws, the cutting and the sprinkling of blood, all that shit came from the Leviticus priesthood. But the oral tradition, they practiced non-resistance. They didn't kill anything. The Oralites is the original Essenes, the original Nazarenes. These are the original doctrine of the Oralites. They were non-resistance, but the Levites, they slaughtered animals for sacrifice. They killed goats. They burnt the fat for the offering for the gods. You see what I'm saying? But the Oralites didn't engage in that. So that was the two groups. That was the split. The Oralites and the Leviticans. Because keep in mind, Jacob wrestling with an angel, that shit don't make no sense. But here the Oahspe says that the Oralites was an oral tradition. And those who was initiated in the tradition was called Oralites or Israelites. Because what does Israel mean? Is-Ra, he, a prince. Sa is prince. El is what they say power, but it's God, a title. So it's a prince of God, in a sense. He who is a prince of God is what Israel means. But technically, carrying on an oral practice. You're carrying an oral practice. That's what makes you an Israelite, carrying the oral practice. If you're not carrying the oral tradition, then you're not an Israelite, or you're not an Oralite. If you're practicing sprinkling blood on the front of the tabernacle and cutting lamb's goat, then you're more under the Levitical laws. The Oralites didn't practice the Levitical laws. But what you have in the Bible is the Levitical laws. You don't too much have the oral tradition because you have it written down in the book. The oral tradition was what? What did it say about the oral tradition? As for the Oralites, so called because their doctrine and teachings were secret and only spoken, being taught man to man and woman to woman orally. They were non-resistant, meaning that they didn't engage in war and they didn't kill. And they owed nothing, giving all things to the rabbi for the public's good. Their practice was love and harmony, doing righteousness in all things and trusting Jehovah, whom they worshipped under the name Eoah. All the prophets and seers were born of the Oralites. Now notice, that practice of living, you don't find that in the Bible. You don't find the Oralites being non-resistant because Israel is going to war, killing Canaan. You don't find them giving all things to the rabbi for the public's good. You don't find them doing that, but in the Leviticus law, you find them sprinkling blood and offering animals to their God. And then it stated what? Their practice was love and harmony. You can't be killing people talking about love and harmony. You can't be slaughtering infants in the land of Canaan talking about love and harmony. That's a total contradiction of acting. So these people that are called Oralites that's living this lifestyle, you don't hear about in the Bible. The only person you hear about in the Bible that's living this lifestyle is goddamn Yeshua. Yeshua. You can't even say that about Moses in your Bible because in your Bible Moses killed an Egyptian. In the Oahspe, Moses is not a killer. So Moses could fall under the oral tradition because he got the law orally from God, right? According to the Bible, God wrote the stones with the finger, whatever. But Moses got the laws. He wrote the Leviticus laws, and he got them dealt with the oral laws, the oral tradition. So again, what did the verse say? Let me start from verse 9. The Leviticans were not scrupulous as regarding war and the preservation of their seed, and in consequence of their sins, they brought great shame upon the faithless in general. And the Leviticans' examples were evil, and they gained in number faster than the Oralites. See that? They gained in number faster than the Oralites. That's why you don't hear too much about the real Israelites, the real Oralites, because they gained in number dealing with the Leviticans or the Levitican doctrine. It says, and the Leviticans' examples were evil, and they gained in number faster than the Oralites. The Leviticans worshipped the Great Spirit under the name Lord and God. As for the Oralites, so called, because their doctrine and teaching, so it's making you a distinction. That is a distinction. It's a distinction between an Oralite, an Israelite, and a Levitican. Those who follow the Levitican laws. Because it says, as for the Israelites, meaning as for these people, we just described the Leviticans, but as for these people over here, same people, different practices. See that? One is practicing the oral tradition, one is killing and sacrificing goats and offering lambs and shit like that, right? So as for the Oralites, so-called, because their doctrine and teachings were secret and only spoken, being taught man to man, woman to woman, orally. They were non-resistant and they owned nothing, giving all things to the rabbi for the public good. They practiced love and harmony, doing righteousness in all things, and trusting in Jehovah, whom they worship under the name Eoah. All the prophets and seers were born of the Oralites. See that? All the prophets and seers were born of the Oralites. See that? So it's showing you two classes of the same people. One people offering burnt sacrifices, and another people that is non-resistant and is doing righteousness in the eyes of the Creator. See that? And then Moses, it gives you a description how Moses did write the Leviticus law in the Oahspe. Let me see where it goes into that real quick. Right here. Right here. So right here, it was like here, right? Right. So let me start from here. Now this is in Book of the Ark of Bond, chapter 20. I'm going to start from, I'll start from verse 8. As Abraham apportioned my people into families, communities, with rabbis and with chief rabbis, so shall thou reestablish them. So Moses is reestablishing what God told Abraham. You know what I mean? So it says, as Abraham apportioned my people into families. See that? Abraham had a chosen people back then. It's the lifestyle. It's the lifestyle and the practice and the behavior more than the seed. Because if you start practicing evil, then you fall on this side now. You're not with the righteous. Although you're the same bloodline, but you over here because you practicing bloodshed righteous, sprinkling blood on the altar. You know what I mean? Sprinkling blood between horns and shit like that. But over here, these Israelites is non-resistant. So again, as Abraham apportioned my people into families with rabbis and chief rabbis, so shall thou reestablish them. So what Moses is establishing, you thinking it's new with these laws, Abraham was doing it too. Verse 9, and my commandments which I gave unto Abraham will I give unto thee. See that? You thought it started with Moses, but Abraham was given the commandments too. And my crescent will I reestablish with my rabbis, and my crescent shall be the fullness of the law unto the rabbis and the chief rabbis. Moses said, I cry unto Jehovah. I cry unto Jehovah, saying, how shall it be with the square at high noon? And the angel of Jehovah spoke in the Father's name, saying, to the northeast God, to the southwest Lord, to the northwest Baal, to the southeast Ashtoreth, for Osiris is dead already. Verse 11, to this end, then prepare ye a place this night, that the Great Spirit may bless us. The rabbis and the heads said, it is well. Verse 12, and when it was night, Moses and the rabbis and the heads went away aside, placing sentinels that they might be alone. And when they were thus prepared, the light of Jehovah came upon Moses, and the books of the ancients were opened before him. See that? This is how they get the same revelation, the same one doctrine, because it stated what? And the books of the ancients were opened before him. And he administered Emet Shavat, order of Faithis, upon him. But the voice of Jehovah, he reestablished it, with all rites and ceremonies as they are to this day. And after that, the heads were no longer called heads, but chief rabbis. For Moses anointed them by the command of Jehovah, anointed them. And in not many days, Moses wrote the Levitical laws. So there you have it. Moses did write the law. So when it was burnt by Ezra, prior to that, Moses did write the law. He wrote the Levitical law for the hangers-on, the sojourners, the strangers. The Leviticus law was written for the strangers. And the priest was in control of the laws. So when the strangers or the hangers-on, the sojourners broke the laws, they had to come to the Levite priests, and they had to do the rites and ceremonies for the sin offering, the peace offering, you know what I mean, sprinkling the blood and all that. So again, verse 13 states, and in not many days Moses wrote the Levitical laws. But check this, look what it say next. For the inner temple of Jehovah was in spoken words only. See that? So Moses wrote the Levitical laws for the strangers, the hangers-on, the sojourners who sojourn with the Israelites. But then it was in the inner temple that this particular knowledge was spoken orally. It wasn't written down. So Moses had two laws, the written law and the oral law. But we don't know the oral law because you had to be part of the inner temple to know what was going on. So again, it's stated, and in not many days, Moses wrote the Levitical laws. For the inner temple of Jehovah was in spoken words only. But the outer temple was written. See that? Wherefore it was said, the Hebrews had two laws, one which no man else knoweth, and one for them who are not eligible unto faith, being such as were called Leviticans. See that? but not Leviticans in fact, but hangers on, who had followed the Israelites out of Egypt, and who for the most part had no God, little judgment, and no learning. These are your sojourners and strangers in the Bible that they're talking about here. So these laws was written for the Leviticans, but it said, but not Leviticans in fact. So it's not necessarily talking about the descendants of Levi, but the laws was written for the sojourners and the strangers, the hangers on. That's why it says, because such were called Leviticans, but not Leviticans in fact. You know what I'm saying? But hangers on. Just like how they say the Jews ain't the real Jews, they hanging on, or they engrafted in. It's kind of like that. There was a separate law for these set of people, but if you're part of the inner temple, it's an oral tradition that you have to be initiated in to know what's going on. If you wasn't initiated in, you had no clue what was going on in the inner temple. So again, it stated what? The Hebrews had two laws, one which no one else knew, and one for them who are not eligible unto faith, being such as were called Leviticans, but not Leviticans in fact, but hangers on, who had followed the Israelites out of Egypt, and who were for the most part had no God, little judgment, and no learning. Verse 14. But of all that Moses did and taught, and how he labored with his own hands, many books may be written, and it is doubtful if the world ever produced so good a great person. So right there, with that verse, it's showing you that, bam, it was two laws the Israelites had. The oral law and the written law. Yahshua was under the oral law. That's why when Yahshua spoke, he said, in your law, does not it say, he separated himself from the Levitical laws. There's some scriptures all through here where Yahshua say, in your law, doesn't it say? If I could find one, I'll say it. Where he'd be like, in your law, I'm like, damn, Yahshua sound like he ain't part of that shit. Yeah, yo, this shit deep, yo. But nonetheless, the Israelites had two laws, the Leviticus, and the written. The oral. Kayla, I see you, peace, honorable Malachi Maccabee in the building. You see me working, going crazy these last couple of days, right? See you. 2 Kings proved that many did not know the written Torah. They only knew the oral. Interesting. 2 Kings? 2 Kings in what verse? Because it was right during the kings and the judges when Israel started gaining influence over the other gods. Because in the Oahspe it says that they maintained the peace policy for up to 400 years, leaving out of Egypt. So while in the story of the Ezra story, it says the Israelites spent 40 years in the wilderness. In the Oahspe it says they spent 400 years between leaving Israel and then occupying Canaan. No doubt. Yeah, yo, that shit real, fam. That shit real. Israel had two laws. And the oral law was for the Oralites, known as the Israelites. But that's a whole nother story. So like I said, we in a new dispensation of time. And when the new dispensation of time comes, new revelations come, new way of doing things come, and the old way fade out. That's always been the problem during the New Ages or the new Arccycles. People begin to fade out because they can't adapt and change to the ways. Like for example, like these Arccycles of 3,000 years right here. These right here. Each one of those lines are a new age, a new Arccycle. See that? So for every line is a new age, what they call the new age, a new Arccycle, a new time period, a new time where things is going to be given to man to advance himself, to progress for 3,000 years. You know what I mean? It's just like you growing up from a child to an adult. As you advance, you take on new learning, you take on new invention, you grow, and you learn. You know what I mean? You crawl, you walk, When you walked in, then you started to decide, I want to try a bicycle. You start on 3 wheels, then you mastered 3 wheels, and now you riding a bicycle on 2 wheels. You mastered the bicycle by Papa Willieing and doing all type of tricks. Then when you got older, or you a little bit older than that, you may have moved up into a go-kart. You know what I mean? Your friends started getting go-karts. You got you a go-kart. Then from the go-kart, what? Time you hit 16, 17, you get you a car. You start driving. See that? Just in your own existence of your life, you evolve and change and adapt to change and grow with the change in the technology as it grows. So it's the same thing with spiritual revelation and spiritual progression. Even in religion, everything must progress. We can't be sitting here holding the Bible with doctrines going back 6,000 years ago thinking that's going to be sufficient for today. It ain't going to work like that. So in the book of East, daughter of Jehovah, this gives a good explanation of the new age. Like, yo, in the former times I did things like this, but in this time I'm doing things like this because of the progression of man. You know what I mean? If God don't change, nigga, we'll still be sitting up there and horseback riding, and we'll be on camels and shit like that. The Creator is all about change. Everything changes. Everything evolves. This is in the book of East, daughter of Jehovah, right? Chapter 1. When Jehovah brought the great serpent, the solar Felix. All right, so this verse coincides with this illustration right here. So this verse right here coincides with this illustration. We in the 25th Arccycle. Where you see the earth at, that's where we at. Present time, and it's called the Ark of Cosmon, right? So it says, when Jehovah brought the great serpent, meaning the solar system, along the road of the sea Vorkum in Etheria. Now the road of the sea Vorkum is exactly what you're looking at. Those lines going up and down of the Arccycle, and the line going left to right, where the earth is riding, that's the road. That's the road of the sea Vorkum. The sea Vorkum is the orbit of the solar system. The same way the earth orbits the sun orbits the Milky Way galaxy. Or basically the sun orbits another sun. And that line going straight across is called the road of the sea Vorkum. Sea Vorkum means the road of the Vorkum. The Vorkum means vortex. That's what Vorkum means, vortex. And sea vortex is chief vortex. So this is the chief vortex. So again it states, when Jehovah brought the great serpent, the solar system, along the road of the Vorkum in Etheria, behold, the earth passed into the light of the Ark of Cosmon. See that? Rising upward, higher and higher in the dawn thereof. So with that verse also, we move in an oscillation. We move up and down. That's why the Oahspe call it the great serpent, because the solar system moves up and down. Let me see if I do I got a picture of that? Of the solar system. Let me give an example right quick. When it talks about the solar system. Because the Oahspe described the solar system as a serpent. So I was like, when I first read it, I was like, wow, that's interesting. But the reason the Oahspe describes the solar system like a serpent is based off the motion that the sun travels in. It travels in an oscillation. It travels up and down. Hold up. So as you see the line going across, the sun or the earth is up and down. It's moving like a wave, like a water wave. That's how the solar system moves throughout the cosmos, like a water wave. And when that water wave is in resemblance, let me pull it up, of the serpent. So let me give you an illustration of the serpent. We learn best by illustration. So when you look at this picture right here of the serpent, you see that serpent? You see how that serpent is moving up and down, up and down? The solar system moves like that, going across the line of the sea Vorkum, that line going across the screen. So it's moving up and down the roadways of that line. That's why they describe the solar system, the great serpent, based off its motion. Because the sun is the head, and the planets are tailing along like a body. So when the head of the sun is going up and down, the effect and the response is the same way to the planet. So it looks like a wave. It looks like a serpent, the way the sun and the solar systems are moving. Like, for example, let me get another picture of the solar system. Let me see if I can pull that out. I'm going to show you the solar system in a linear formation so you could get an idea. All right, so check this. Like this picture right here. Hold on. Let me go back to it. All right, perfect. It's a good example right here. Perfect example I'm about to pull up. Or what I mean when I say great serpent and how the solar system moves in that fashion. So when you hear great serpent, the Oahspe is letting you know this is a cosmological thing. Not no goddamn nigga running around in the goddamn garden. So when you see this, see how the let me fit at the screen real quick. Now you see how the planets are in alignment? The same way those planets are in alignment is the same way they're moving along the roadway. That white line going across. But they're moving the way the serpent is. You see how the serpent is moving up and down? That's how the solar system is moving, with the planets tailing along. And that's why the Oahspe calls the solar system the great serpent. Because when you see it in motion, it's moving like a serpent along its course of the Sivorkum. See that? So again, let's read this again. So when you read this, it states, when Jehovah brought the great serpent, now you understand what the great serpent is. It is the solar system moving and oscillating up and down as it traveled throughout the Sivorkum. So again, when Jehovah brought the great serpent solar system along the road of the Sivorkum in Etheria, behold, the earth passed into the light of the arc of Cosmon, rising upward higher and higher in the dawn thereof. So right there, it's telling you that we're inclining. So the same way you look at the serpent, the same way the serpent head is going down, but prior to it going down, it was on an incline. The Oahspe just described that we are on an incline. We're on an upward travel amongst the great serpent. It's not like we're going downward, we're going upward. So again, it's stated, in Etheria, behold, the earth passed into the light of the arc of Cosmon, rising upward higher and higher in the dawn thereof. See that? Verse 2. To his Etherian gods and goddesses Jehovah spoke, as ye have found arcs of light in my Etherian heavens to determine the travel of my corporeal worlds, so shall my God of the earth inspire mortals to build lighthouses for man's ship that travel on the ocean. And they that travel in the ship, and they on land, shall know when a ship neareth the port, even as ye behold my traveling earth approaching the place of Cosmon. See that? So right here it's telling you that, go down and teach men about the lighthouses. They want to talk about prophecy? Show me a prophecy in the Bible where they're talking about lighthouses in the ocean to let you know when a ship is porting. Let me pull up that. Let me pull up a lighthouse so you get an understanding of what's going on here. So we just explained that context as far as the solar system. Now let me show you this. Now let me show you this. Now this is a lighthouse in the ocean. You've seen these before. You've seen those before, right? You've seen those before, right? Show me in the Bible where it talks about that, a lighthouse. They ask about prophecy in the Oahspe. They ask about revelations. Look what it say right here. Verse 2. To his Etherian gods and goddesses, Jehovah said, as ye have founded arcs of light in my Etherian heavens to determine the travel of my corporeal worlds. So he's saying, the same way you see that light right there, that lighthouse, the same way these Arccycles of 3,000 years is like lighthouses right there. They're markers. And these markers determine and dictate when a traveling planet is coming near. The archangels in the ark, they can see the earth coming near. Like, all right, this thing about to pass through. The lighthouse, we see it. So they're describing the Arccycles like lighthouses. So coming back to the lighthouse. right? As above, so below. So check it. To his Etherian gods and goddesses, Jehovah said, as ye have founded arcs of light in my Etherian heavens to determine the travel of my corporeal worlds, referring to this, so shall my God on the earth inspire mortals to build lighthouses for man's ship to travel on the ocean. And they that travel in the ships, and they on the land, shall know when the ship neareth the port, even as ye behold my traveling earth approaching the place of Cosmon. See that? So he's giving you a comparison of how these Arccycles, how the earth travels through these Arccycles to be recognized as lighthouses. And then he says he's going to inspire man to build lighthouses. So when ships are nearing, man know when to dock them and is aware that there's a ship coming when they see the light. See that? That's prophecy. See that? Verse 4. No, verse 3. For this shall be an illustration unto mortals, that I have appointed cycles of times of dawn and day, referring to the Arccycles. He got appointed times. Each of those lines is those the appointed times. Again, for this shall be an illustration, that's why I always use illustrations, unto mortals, that I have appointed cycles of times and dawns of time, with gods and goddesses, to superintend my creation in tenderness and love. See that? Not in anger and jealousy, not in war and hate, but what? Tenderness and love. This is Jehovah talking. Let peradventure man become despondent, saying, Alice, Jehovah provided not in wisdom, commensurate with the magnificence of his creation. Verse 4, behold, the time draw near when the nations of the earth shall course around the whole earth in ships, crossing seas and oceans, to all places I created. And those that have built in one place shall no longer say, this is our country. For I will no more have the nations of the earth locked up unto themselves, nor one continent seclusive to one people, nor one ocean, nor sea, nor port, nor river, nor any nation or tribe. So Jehovah's saying like, yo, I'm opening up the floodgates. That's why we can go to the airport and get a flight, head to China right now if you wanted, if you got the money. You can head to Africa right now. But back in sometimes you couldn't do that. The borders was closed off. You couldn't just run up in no man's land. Nowadays, all you need is a visa and you there. A passport and you there. You go wherever you want. So this has been fulfilled. You know what I mean? Verse 6, for I will no more have the nations of the earth locked up unto themselves, nor one continent seclusive to one people, nor one ocean, nor sea, nor port, nor river, for any nation or tribe of men. They shall know that the whole earth is mine, and all the waters of the earth, and the air of the firmament, and that I created them for all of my people, to receive them and enjoy them unto me unto my own glory. See that? Verse 8, they shall throw open their places and say to one another, welcome my brother. Whereso Jehovah prompt them to dwell, be it so with thee, and I will give unto thee also. So what did it say? They shall throw open their places and say to one another, welcome my brother. See that? Jehovah said, yo, it's time for peace. Open your floodgates, open your countries, open your islands. Yo, come in, my brother. Let's build. Teach me about your place, and I'm going to teach you about my place. That's what Jehovah's saying. That's what he's laying out in this new age. Laying out a method of peace, love, and unity. But niggas want to still be divisive and evil practicing, sprinkling lamb and cutting blood for Passover, lambs for Passover and shit. We done with that. Long done with that. Again, it states, right? Verse 9. Now it came to pass, when the different nations and people began to travel from one country to another, they will scornfully say of each other, thou heathen, thou outside barbarian. And don't we all say that? We still deal with prejudice now. Chinese don't like blacks, blacks don't like whites, whites don't like Chinese. We come into their borders, we come into their places, we act prejudice, right? We still got that nature in us. So while we open the floodgates, we're still going to be faced with these scorns. Because you could go to China, the floodgates is open, but you're still going to have people in the land who's still going to be like, oh, look, he's not one of us, what he's doing here. Go back to your country. You got those mentalities while the floodgates is open. So Jehovah's making you aware that that's still going to be going on. So it stated what? Now shall it come to pass, if it's coming to pass, it's prophecy, when the different nations and people begin to travel from one country to another, they will scornfully say of each other, thou heathen, thou outside barbarian. We did that to the white man did that to us, and the Indians did it to the Chinese. Anytime another nation came in contact with another nation, we judged in prejudice. Verse 10, for they will judge with men's eyes and with men's understanding, not comprehending the magnificence of the plans of my resurrections. See that? Which I provided unto them through my gods and goddesses. Right there it says, yo, I'm opening up the floodgates for you niggas to get a universal understanding, because we're going to resurrect all together, but you niggas are still dealing with your prejudice. Oh, I don't like him because his skin black. I don't like him because his skin white. I don't like him because he goddamn kill Chinese. I mean, the Chinese kill bats and eat bats. Whatever the case may be. We're using prejudice instead of looking at the communion, the unionship, and building off of that. We could all use something from each other. The Japanese and the motherfucking Chinese, they run technology. You see what I'm saying? Africa got the resources, and other places got other things. So the Middle East got the oil. But just imagine if we was all working together in peace and love and unity with no goddamn warfare. Because all this warfare comes from your God. Keep in mind that. All these religions from antiquity is where we're at today. The seeds planted back then is the fruits bearing now. And what are the fruits bearing of Islam? Bloodshed. What are the fruits bearing from Christianity? Bloodshed. All these militaries, all the American soldiers going to Afghanistan and all these other stations, they Christians. They believe in Jesus Christ. You may have a few Muslims here and there, but this is a Christian society. Same thing with India, some of these other places. Those militaries represent their God. Jehovah trying to say, yo, put aside all that, unify, come under one banner. But we got to be mature enough to do that. Jehovah has already laid it out. Because right now, like I said, we can get you get your passport, you can go to India right now. You can catch you a flight to India tonight. You couldn't do that in the 8th, 1700s, 1600s. Nigga, you was in chains. So Jehovah is showing you the evolution and change through such a small time of just that. Just a time period within 400 years. Look how we went from where we was. Even just from the 80s and the 90s to now. In the 80s, we didn't have no cell phones and internet and no shit like that. When you really think about it, prior to internet, nigga, we were living in the Stone Ages. I'm like, damn, boy, we ain't had no communication. Them days we used to spend laid out. You know, you ain't seen your mother. You can't talk. They don't know where you at. You can't call them. You know what I mean? Parents was in way more distress back then than today. Your kid go outside 9 in the morning and he don't come back till 6 and you ain't heard nothing. You thinking something done happened. You telling the neighbors they going around looking for you and you come home, get your ass whooped because you ain't check in. See that? So now, let me start with verse 9 again. And it shall come to pass when the different nations and people begin to travel from one country to another, they will scornfully say of each other, thou heathen, thou outside barbarian. For they will judge with men's eyes and with men's understanding, not comprehending the magnificence of the plans of my resurrection, which I provided unto them through my gods and goddesses. Verse 11. As in former cycles, I sent unto the nations separately. See that? So he sent to the nations. Let's give an example of who he sent to the nations separately. Israel. He gave Israel the law, statutes, and commandments separately. That was in the former cycle. But look what it say now. So in Cosmon, I shall not send separately, but unto the whole world. As in former cycles, I sent leaders and commanding gods. So in Cosmon, I shall not send either earthly leaders or a worshipful God or Lord. See that? He's showing you like, yo, the old ways is done, and this way it's going to be done a little different. Check this, verse 12. When man was in great darkness, I sent saviors and delivered him and delivered unto him. And my saviors taught man by certain commandments and by prayers how he should live to be saved from sin. So we can use that as Yeshua. So right here he's saying, yo, when man was in great darkness, I sent saviors. I sent Yeshua to deliver them out of darkness, right? And then he said, my Savior, like Yeshua, taught man by certain commandments and by prayers how he should be saved from sin. But check this. But in Cosmon, I shall send no Savior, nor Archangel with the loud sounding trumpet, but I will come to man's understanding through the light of my own wisdom. And man shall interpret my words as I speak to his own soul, and such shall be his sacred words. This is showing you that ain't no second coming of Messiah, nothing. Because that was in the former time. He said, when man was in darkness, I sent saviors. See that? And the saviors taught me how to pray. That was already done. 2,000 years later, he says, but in Cosmon, I'm not going to send no savior. I'm not going to send no archangel with the loud sounding voice or trumpet. Well, what did he say? But I will come to man's understanding through the light of my own wisdom. The Creator going to come directly to you. Ain't no middleman. The Creator said, I'm going to come directly to you. And man shall interpret my words as I speak to his own soul. The Creator going to be speaking through you now. Directly. And such shall be his sacred book, right? Verse 14. Man shall pray to me and speak to me in his own way, and not according to the dictatorship of any man, nor priest, nor sacred book. See that? Nor accept the book of my creation. See that? Neither shall man longer accept any of the former revelations. It says, neither shall man accept any of the former revelations. The book of Revelations. It says, goodbye. Night, night. Night, night. Book of Revelations. Night, night. Put this down. What did it say? What did the Oahspe say? Neither shall man longer accept any of the former revelations and bow down unto them. For as I was sufficient unto the ancients to speak to them things that were good for them, even so will I speak to my chosen of the Cosmon era that which is good for them also. See that? You can forget about Revelation and the seven-headed dragon and the nigga coming back out the sky to war with the nations and then cast Satan in for 1,000 years. And after 1,000 years, Satan shall be released because he got a short time and cast in a lake of fire. The New Jerusalem coming up. Throw away all that. All that is fable and fairy tale. It's not going down like that. Creator don't move like that. That's some fragment of the imagination of the false gods put in the Bible, and niggas are still believing this shit 2,000 years later. Jesus said he was going to return, and those that perished him is going to see him in the sky. The niggas that perished him 2,000 years later not here. That shit happened then, as far as what the text is saying. So now, where we at? Verse 15. Neither shall man longer accept any of the former revelations and bow down unto them. For as I was sufficient unto the ancients to speak to them things that were good for them, even so will I speak to my chosen of the Cosmon era that which is good for them also. Verse 16. My heaven shall be revealed unto them. Didn't Yeshua say, the kingdom of heaven is at hand? What did this verse say? My heaven shall be revealed unto them. What did Yeshua say 2,000 years ago? The kingdom of heaven is at hand. What did the Oahspe say? My heaven shall be revealed unto them, as promised by my prophets of old. Huh? This is the revelation given that Yeshua was talking about. This is the goddamn second coming, the goddamn Oahspe. Because this is the revelation of heaven unfolds. So check it. My heaven shall be revealed unto them as promised of my prophets of old. And man shall be taught how to see and comprehend my heavens with his own judgment, and not according to what any other man saith my revelations are. See that? We're not going by what any other man said these revelations are. These revelations are from the false gods. The revelations of the Creator is dealing with the seasons, the cycles of creation. The times of light and the times of darkness within the Arccycle of 3,000-year periods. The times of war, pandemic, and disease. These are the things that was given unto the prophets to understand these cycles. See that? It says, but in Cosmon, no, where am I? 16. My heavens shall be revealed unto them as promised by the prophets of old. And man shall be taught how to see and comprehend my heavens with his own judgment, and not according to what any man said my revelations are. Verse 17. Behold, in the ancient days I provided saviors and rabbis and priests to pray for men, and confess and confess him of his sins. But these things will I put away, and no one shall pray for the living, nor confess for him for his sins, by words or signs or ceremonies. See that? Change. The new age is here. Change is coming. When Moses came, it was change. When Yeshua came, it was changes. See that? So now, behold, in the ancient days I provided saviors, rabbis, and priests to pray for men, and confess him of his sins. But these things will I put away, and no one shall pray for the living, nor confess for his sins, by words or signs or ceremonies. But every man shall pray for himself in his own way, and confess his sins unto me for forgiveness. See that? So you ain't nobody dictating over you no more. You have a direct line to the Creator. 1-800-CREATOR gang. You have a direct connect line to the Creator. 1-800-CREATOR gang. You see that? You ain't got to go through no middleman no more. You ain't got to get the middleman and go through the middleman and let the middleman speak to God for you. You have a direct line to the Creator. 1-800-CREATOR gang gang. So now, verse 19, and instead of praying in words for his brother, saying, Jehovah help him, he shall go in person and help with his own hands. See that? We ain't praying for your brother. Go out there and help. If you see somebody homeless, don't pray to Jesus for him. Go out there and help him. Give him something. Give him some clothes. Feed him. Whatever the case may be, go out there and work with your hands and feet. Verse 20, neither shall man sit idly and say, O Jehovah, help thou me. Come and save me. See that? That's what y'all niggas waiting on. Y'all waiting on the Savior. Y'all waiting on Jehovah to come back. He ain't coming back. He never came in the first place. He's ever present. Y'all waiting for Yeshua to come back. Yeshua ain't coming back because you're supposed to be saving yourself. Yeshua said you're going to do greater things than me. What you waiting on Yeshua for? What did the Oahspe say? Neither shall ye sit idly and say, O Jehovah, help thou me. Come and save me. That's what you Christians and Hebrew Israelites is doing. Y'all waiting around on Yeshua. Verse 21. But he shall rise up in the majesty I created him in, saying, Behold me, Jehovah, I will save myself. Guide thou me, O Father. See that? We're supposed to be saving you. Save your own ass. Jesus ain't coming to save shit. And the longer you wait, the longer you're gonna start falling and reverting backwards. You're stagnating. And anytime you stagnate, you're gonna revert back to the lowest. And the lowest you're gonna go to is reverting back to evil practice and warfare. Verse 22, and he shall walk forth proudly in my sight, scorning evil and sin, doing with all his might for his own salvation. And I will come unto him, for such shall be my chosen. See that? So the chosen today ain't got shit to do with no seed line. It got to do with your behavior, your conduct, and your actions, period. So it stated what? And he shall walk forth proudly in my sight, scorning evil. Scorning evil. To kill is evil. Your God commanded the Israelites to kill the Canaanites. That's evil. So we scorning evil. We're scorning any God that's permitting us to do that. If your God comes and say, yo, I'm commanding y'all to go kill off infants, we're scorning evil. Fall back. Get out of here with that. And he shall walk forth proudly in my sight, scorning evil and sin, doing with all his might for his own salvation. And I will come unto him, for of such shall be my chosen. Verse 23. In Cosmon I shall not come to make a servant of man unto man. See that? Nor to make him afraid when the priest speaketh. I will make man hold up his head fiercely before men, in remembrance of his daily covenant unto me, his creator, in the practice of righteousness. See that? See that? He says, yo, I'm not coming to make a servant out of man unto man. That's what these Israelites like to do. These camp leaders, they want to make you prisoners under their camp. They want to control you. This priest want to control the other men and tell the upcoming new cats what to do. So what did it say? It said what? In the Cosmon, present time, I shall not come to make a servant of men unto men, nor to make him afraid when the priest speaketh. See, some of these Israelite camp priests, when they speak, some of the newcomers be fed because they scared, because they knew they don't want to break any rules what's going on with the priests. And so the priests use that tactic of fear, use that tactic against the newcomers. It said what? In Cosmon, I shall not come to make a servant of men unto men, nor to make him afraid when the priest speaketh. I will make man hold up his head fearlessly before men, in the remembrance of his daily covenant unto me, that is creator, and practices of righteousness. See, when you moving in righteousness, and you moving with the Creator, ain't no fear. Like when I was reading yesterday. If you show a slight of weakness, then the drudge is going to creep up on you. But if you 100% confident in the Creator, all they can do is just be a witness and just be beholden of you. Like, damn, this nigga here ain't no joke. You see what I'm saying? Now, check this, verse 24. In that day, the preacher and the priest shall be of a little veil. My standard shall be of good works and not of words. See that? Good works. Not bad and evil practice, but good works. Verse 25. Neither shall my hand be unto individuals only, but unto nations, kingdoms, and empires. See that? Verse 26. Whatsoever people embrace me, the same will I embrace also. And a sign shall be unto them. Their ports and lands and waters shall be thrown open unto all other people. And they shall prosper and become numerous, thriving in peace and plenty. And my holy angels from my exalted heavens shall minister unto them. And they shall grow in wisdom, good works, and in learning, and in invention and discovery. See that? But whatsoever people will not embrace me, the same will I not embrace. Their ports shall be bound up, and their lands and waters shall not be open unto others. Who is the description of this? North and South Korea. They kind of closed out. They don't really fuck with the rest of the world. They kind of like, nigga, leave us alone. See that? So what did the Oahspe say? But whosoever people will not embrace me, the same will I not embrace. Their ports shall be bound up, and their land and water shall not be open unto others. Verily shall they attempt to be an exclusive people, and I will withdraw my exalted angels away from them, and they shall be encompassed with darkness. Even when you look at the Andaman Islands, over there in the Pacific, they exclusive from the world. They don't want no contact from the outside world. So they stagnating in the progression of Jehovah. See that? Verse 29, these signs shall be before the world as living testimonies, and my prophets shall use these signs in determining which nations and people my hand covers or protects and save them. My prophets shall remember the countries of old which strove against me, and my chosen, how they went down. They strove against me and my chosen, how they went down in destruction. When my dawn of a cycle cometh, I ever put away the ancient doctrine. See that? When the new dawn comes, when the new cycle comes, he forever put away the ancient doctrine. What's the ancient doctrine? It's Bible. Ain't nothing wrong with having this Bible, but it's outdated. The Oahspe is the new revelation. This is the update. This is the 2.0. This is the goddamn 1.2. The shit done skipped up to 2.0. You better catch up. You know when the phones upgrade? Oh, I got the iPhone 2. Whatever. Oh man, I'm still got the IG, this, that, and the third. You ain't upgrade, bro. You still, come on. Who carry flip phone? You remember when the flip phones came out? They were the shit. But if you was to get seen with a flip phone today, niggas gonna laugh at you like, boy, you got a flip phone, my nigga? Come on, nigga. We on this motherfucking IG. We on this. This iPhone and boom. See, everything is upgraded. So the spiritual knowledge, the spiritual revelations must be upgraded. It must be revealed according to the progression of man. See that? So again, the state of what? Where we at? Alright. It says, when my dawn of a cycle cometh, I ever put away the ancient doctrines and the established gods and saviors. None have ever stayed my hand. Now behold, man shall look about in the cosmon era and see my footprints in the ancient times, how I ministered unto the races of men. And he shall apply the judgment of the histories of other days. See that? So we're putting away these ancient doctrines because we got a new revelation that's sufficient for the time. Verse 32. This also will I accomplish. Kingdoms and nations shall judge their own strength by the rigid laws and standing armies. And they shall look upon my people and say, Alice, they are weak. They have neither kings, nor armies, nor rigid laws. But my prophets shall remember my chosen of old, who had faith in me. And my prophet shall say to the kings with mighty armies, behold, ye are the weakest of those. He says, ye are the weakest. He says, those that have no armies are the strongest, and their prophecy shall not fail. See that? So you got the armies and you thinking you the strongest, nigga, you the weakest. Those who have no army is the strongest because their faith is in the Creator. See, that's that higher law, that higher understanding that niggas can't comprehend. Verse 35. That which applieth in my heavens on earth shall apply on earth. That which applies on earth shall apply in the heavens thereof. That's a great example of as above, so below as above. What did the verse say? That which applies in my heavens of the earth shall apply on the earth. That which apply on the earth shall apply in the heavens thereof. See that? As above, so below as above. Verse 36. The bondage of kings and queens and emperors and rich men and leaders of men shall be with them in the heavens of the earth. See that? It said the bondage of kings and queens and emperors. You got Emperor Haile Selassie. You got King David, King Solomon. You got Queen of Sheba. You got Queen this, that, Queen Hatshepsut. You see what I'm saying? It said the bondage of kings and queens and emperors and rich men and leaders of men shall be with them in the heavens of this earth until they have undone the tyranny that they had over others. Until they have undone the tyranny they had over others, their heaven shall be without liberty to them. Whom they sought to lead on earth, they shall lead in heaven. Nathaniel, with all that followers he got in IUIC, it stated what? Whom they sought to lead on earth, they shall lead in heaven. So guess what, Nathaniel? Guess what, General Yohana? Guess what, Zabak? Y'all going to be responsible for what you created in heaven. So all those people you leading, if your ass wants to die today and cross in spirit, guess what? All them niggas, when they cross over in spirit, it's under your watch. It's under your watch. And if you're not doing it in the ways of the Creator, it's going to be horrendous. So it states, what again? Whom they sought to lead on earth, shall they lead in heaven. Neither shall there be exalted resurrection for them until the lowest of their subjects have been risen before them. So if you got 1,000,000 soldiers, that's 1,000,000 people you got to raise up before you can even ascend. Verse 37. And they that live isolated and alone on earth shall be isolated and alone in heaven of the earth. See that? Man shall learn that affiliation and brotherhood unto others on earth shall find affiliation and brotherhood in the heavens of the earth. See that? So they're distinguishing isolation from brotherhood. If you're going to be isolated, you're going to be isolated. If you're a person that don't like to deal with nobody, you just by yourself all the time in the woods or something, when you cross over, you're going to be that type of spirit. If you're communicating in the brotherhood and the sisterhood and you're moving affiliation, you're going to find that in spirit. So whatever you find on earth, because you got people who live remote, don't deal with nobody, boom, boom, they stay to themselves, you're going to find that likeness in heaven. Whatever likeness you have on earth, you're going to find a similar likeness in heaven. So now, verse 38, whosoever opens his soul in love and harmony unto others on earth shall find love and harmony in heaven. See that? And the same rule shall apply to nations and peoples according to their love and harmony, and the breadth of their liberty unto other nations and people. Even so shall be the heavens of the earth, whether they shall migrate after death. See that? Wherever you live at, is you're going to populate in that. So we live in America. So when we cross over, our spirit is going to be birthed in the atmosphere of America. If you live in Africa, when you cross over, your spirit is going to be in the atmosphere of Africa, and vice versa with all the countries and continents where mortals live at. See that? Verse 40. All these things of heaven and earth shall be made plain to mortal in Cosmos, which is now. With his own eye shall he behold the justice of his Creator. And that's what you're being witness in the Oahspe. All things is being revealed in the Oahspe as far as the proceedings of the heavenly kingdom. 2,000 years ago, the kingdom of God is at hand. 2,000 years later, the revelation is here. And just like the time of Yahshua, they had problems with the revelation. Just like Yahshua, they couldn't believe in Yahshua. They had problems with Yahshua. The Pharisees were the modern day. The Pharisees of old was the modern day camps today. Yahshua was battling with the Pharisees. They couldn't comprehend what Yahshua was coming with. Only a few really comprehended what Yahshua was coming with. Even the disciples had a hard time understanding where Yahshua was coming in, because Yahshua was explaining heavenly things to them that they couldn't comprehend at the time. It's a vibes. Where's your family? Ross, where's him to see you? Y'all chiming in. Your man giving them spiritual revelation, spiritual food. Child of the one, I see you. Stephen, I see you. Peace to the God. Oahspe goes hard for real. You already know, King. You already knows that. Bronze, I see you. Angelica, I see you. Set apart living, I see you. What's good? The walk in the arc of Cosmon is simple. Exactly. The burden is light when you follow the Creator's ways. You ain't got to follow 613 laws. You follow the first 2 laws, and all the laws fall under that. So what's the hard thing? What's so hard about loving the Creator and loving your neighbor as thyself? If you can't follow those 2 laws, then hey, baby, you need 613 laws. So how wondrous is the Ormaz? Exactly. Ormaz, the master light. Because Maz doesn't mean master, and Or means light, master light. Yeah, yo. Angelica, I see you waving them vortices. I'm just scrolling back up. Who that? Who that? Messiah. Shalom, family. Vortices up. Create a gang. Peace to the fam. So yeah, so what you see right here, what we reading, you know what I mean, is the change. When change come, how old things is of the past and new things is of the now. So one thing to say, yo, the revelations of old is of the past, yo. You might as well forget about revelations. You might as well throw it out the window, nigga. That's goddamn 1st century shit. You niggas might as well go back to the first. You remember the Apple computers back in the 80s and shit? You niggas might as well go back and get you some Apple computers. You remember you had the floppy disk back in the 80s when you went to school and you put the floppy disk in? You niggas might as well go back to that. That's the equivalent of sticking to the old. See that? Ain't nothing changed from the old as far as the Creator's ways. The Creator's ways is universal. It don't change. So love thy neighbor as thyself has always been. We ain't taking you away from that. We're revealing to you the proceedings of heaven. We're showing you the title and ranks of angels, who was God, and Lord, which the Bible does not explain. So in one verse in the Bible, God is merciful and loving. In another verse, God is angry and jealous. If you had knowledge of the heavenly kingdom, you would clearly distinct that these are 2 different deities. You have a righteous God, and you have an evil practicing God, who requires blood sacrifices, who requires the smell of burnt fat, which is in Leviticus. And then you have another God telling you, y'all gonna stop sacrificing the devils and the whoring to them. So this God's saying you're gonna stop sacrificing to devils. But at one time you were sacrificing to devils, so that devil was your God, because you was offering sacrifice to that devil. But then another God came along and said, nah, you ain't gonna sacrifice to them devils no more. See that? You gotta put 2 and 2 together, that it's different gods talking in the Bible. But if you're not using, like Kayla said, critical thinking, if you're not critically thinking, you're going to miss it. If you use critical thinking and critical analysis with the Bible, you're going to see through the loops and holes and the gaps. You're going to see the different gods talking. One verse says, I am the God of heaven, the God of earth. That's 2 different gods. Another thing he'll say, I am the Lord thy God. That's 2 different deities. Exactly, no doubt. 2, only bring happiness to our Creator. The Bible is the basis for the billion laws in America. Yeah, yo. You follow the first 2 laws, you ain't got to worry about breaking and going to court and dealing with all these rigid laws if you deal with just righteousness. You dig? Because it survives. Exactly. You put out positive energy, you get positive energy. You return negative for good. Have a situation and you return negative for good and then see a blessing come. Just pay attention. Be paying attention. Be vigilant when you do righteous works. Be vigilant when evil comes towards you and you still maneuver righteously through the evil. Be vigilant of the blessing. The blessing will be right there. And it'll be so vague you'll miss it if you don't pay attention to the blessing, because it's spiritual. No doubt, family. I see you. Thank you for helping me to open and expand and direct my energy and myself. No doubt. That's what it's about. This shit is school. We in school right now. School, what do you do when you go to school? You there to graduate. But in the process of graduation for those 4 years, from 9th grade to 12th grade, within those 4 years, you meet friends, you get cool with the teachers, you start skipping class a little bit, you start doing little naughty things. You may drop out, you come back. But the whole scope of school is to graduate out the school. The Oahspe shows us that the whole scope of our existence is to graduate off the planet, to graduate from the atmosphere, and to enter the ethereal realms in the universities and colleges in the cosmos. Right now, we trapped on the planet. We can't escape this motherfucker. Only time we can escape this is when our grades is high enough, graduation, it's just like school. If you in school, you just can't skip to the next grade. You gotta wait till the year ends, graduation, show and prove with your grades that you capable to pass the grade. You got a grade 99 or whatever. You know what I mean? However the numbers work. GPA or whatever. Got a 3-point whatever. That's how you rise in the grades that's how you rise in the heavens based off your grades. So this shit is like school. The Oahspe lays this shit out and give you a school understanding of creation so you could better comprehend and be focused. Because a lot of people on the Bible are not focused on where they're going. They're waiting for prophecy to play out. But the focus ain't prophecy. The focus is your ass getting these grades so you could graduate off the ethereal realms. While you got them graduating off the ethereal realms, these niggas still gonna be down here waiting on prophecy to be fulfilled. Because they false God lied to them. So they're gonna be 2,000 years stagnating while 2,000 years your ass up in the ethereal realms. These niggas in high school still because their 7th grade teacher told them that, yo, it's gonna be a prophecy that, such and such gonna come to the school. So don't graduate, stay at the school. And the teacher got you niggas to believe it. Well, everybody else going to the 8th, 9th, graduating, going to high school. Just imagine your ass did 4 years of college, you graduated college, and your man is now getting into the 12th grade of high school. He ain't even got into college yet, and you done graduated college. And he ain't got there because he been stagnating. Believing people like, yo, man, no fuck school, man. Come on, let's go chill, man. All right, come on. And your grades getting lower, then you fail, and then you gotta goddamn come back next year and take the same grade. I know niggas who done spent 2 years in the same grade. I remember going to school, there was cats in their 20s, 21, still in high school. And people, the teenagers talking. They're like, yo, man, he 21, he 20. They looking at you like, what the fuck you doing here? Yeah, I remember in high school, nigga, we 16, this nigga 21, and we looking like, yo, what the fuck this nigga doing here? This nigga 21, he's still in high school? So just imagine that. When we graduating and moving on to the ethereal realms, we looking at you niggas like, yo, this nigga still on Earth? This nigga still in the 2nd atmospheric region? We over here in the ether chilling. This nigga still there? Same concept, yo. Same concept. Rock while I see you. What's good, fam? What's good? See that? People feed on your love, then you have nothing. That is not true. Whatever you put out, you receive back tenfold. See that? When you give nothing, you receive nothing. That's the only time you get nothing. Whatever you put out, positive or negative, it comes back. Everything flows in circles. That's why it's called karma, because the shit flows like this. You put that shit out, and it's coming and it's doing that. You put out righteousness, it's going to come right back to you. You out there talking about you going to murk niggas and kill niggas, you talking about niggas dead homies, it's going to do right this. Pop! It's going to come back for you. That's called karma. Karma is a vortex. That shit moves in a circle. You speak it this way, and it's going to hit your ass in the back of the head. It's going to come back around for your ass. You dig? What's tearing down out here? Ain't no 4th of July partying going on over here. It's tearing down over here. Jitto. It's real in the field, yo. Oahspe rendering up these revelations that we move according to the times. Law of attraction, that's right, King. Law of attraction, what you put out is what you receive. Now, not all the time, you may say some things and may not mean it. You know what I mean? You may get into it with your man, you may get into it with your girl and say some foul things or whatever. But then once you show that remorseless of forgiveness, that karma goes like this and it dissipates. That shit ain't coming back around because you show forgiveness of heart. But if you keep that energy out there, that karma gonna come full circle and hit your ass. You know what I mean? If you and your man get into it or whatever you did, so you stole a nigga money or you did whatever, you stole something for somebody, you got a minute for that shit come back around and get back to you. But if you steal some shit and a nigga found out you break the nigga bread back, you kill that, you make the peace, that goddamn karma gonna dissipate. If you don't make the correction, that shit gonna come back for your ass, yo. Master your thoughts. Exactly. And that's the hardest thing to do. Mastering your thoughts is the hardest thing to do. It can be done. That takes a lifetime. That's why it's things like meditation, Tai Chi. A lot of the Asians got these meditation techniques so you can relax the mind. But in America, nigga, we don't know nothing about no Tai Chi and none of that shit. That shit is new to us coming, right? So with that, we're learning to relax the mind, practice meditation. You know what I mean? Our mind be so wired up, nigga, we ain't got no time to relax. We got to go to work in the morning. I got to wake up at 5:30, and then we work all day, then come home, fix food for the kids, and then I got to go back to sleep so I can wake up in the morning again. So it's a lot of people that don't even have a chance to master their thoughts. But you can still be a master even in that environment. You could be in a working world, in a stressful environment, and still navigate stress-free. It's all about how you deal with anything that comes to you, how you deal with the situation. How you deal with the situation dictates your reality. I be telling my moms, I be like, yo, when we be out here driving, don't be getting mad and motherfuckers when they be cutting you off. I said, let that shit ride. Don't say shit. Just ignore it and keep it moving. When she ride with me, she see don't nothing bother me in them streets when I'm driving. I don't give a fuck if a nigga cut me off, dude. I don't respond to none of that shit. I'm like, yeah, whatever. Cause my mom, she used to be cussing motherfuckers out, going crazy. I said, you can't be doing that. This motherfucker's crazy out here these days. You know what I mean? You can't be doing no shit like that. And I gotta come out here and do something to somebody. You know what I mean? You ain't gonna let nobody do nothing to your mother. So it's like, yo, chill. Just master your thoughts, master your temperament, especially our temperament. More than our thoughts is our temperament. That's what we gotta master, our temperament. It's our temperament that get us in trouble. It's our temperament that get us killed. It's our temperament that get us locked the fuck up. It's our temperament that give us an ass whooping. See what I'm saying? We gotta master all things. I knew killers, Caribbean gangsters, that didn't move in anger. Them niggas didn't move in anger. I ain't see them niggas upset. When I see them niggas go to work and do something to somebody, not necessarily kill them, they was playing defense. Niggas ain't get upset. Niggas did that shit so smooth. I was like, damn, that's scary. The scariest thing is to see a nigga not upset, but upset. Like he ain't showing no emotions. Caribbean niggas, I'm Caribbean, Trinidadian 110 fucking %. And I fuck with the Caribbean community heavy. I know some Caribbean men, them niggas don't play, yo. Them niggas don't fucking play. They don't smile, they don't joke, they don't do none of that shit. Them niggas got faces like stone. That term stone cold killers, yes. Them niggas you can't fucking say the wrong thing to. I remember, yo, son, it's niggas out there, yo, you walk, you say the wrong thing, niggas will pop your ass, man. My man almost got killed like that in the club. We in the club, this nigga goddamn, long story short, you know, he addressed it a shotter. It was a shot, straight killer in the goddamn club. And he ain't know who he was fucking with, yo. Man almost got his head torn off in the club, yo. Because the killer came to me and said, yo, Reality. They call me Reality for those who don't know. My street name, my alias is Reality. Outside of Selah, Shalom is Reality. So, see the gunman coming, yo, Reality. Yo. Calm and relaxed with his hand in his pocket. No, rah, rah, none of that shit. But my man, who pointed him out, he came to me, yo, Reality, check my neck. Them niggas hit me with the stick. Yeah. That's how my man talking to me. I see the killer coming, the hitter. He relaxed and calm. Like, yo, Bedrin. He and my man, my man, yeah. The nigga said, bloop. The gun was in that nigga face that quick in the club. And I told this story before. My other man was right there, and he was able to put the gun down, nigga. We don't need this in here. But that quick, my man was like, yeah. And the nigga said, bloop. The hammer was in that nigga face less than a goddamn second. I bullshit you not. That nigga drew that gun less than a second. That shit was like, you ain't even see the nigga hand do this. It just went from this, and it was already here. Saying that to say, this man is a gunman. Like in the islands, in the Caribbean, when they say gunman, a gunman is a nigga who fucking shoot and kill niggas. And they perfect that gun. Like the Wild Western, how they do the drawing and shit. Some niggas perfect that shit, you know. Some niggas will pull that shit on a whip and hit your ass before you fucking... It's unrealistic for you to be like, damn, I couldn't believe I just got shot. Your eyes doing this shit because you couldn't believe it happened that fucking quick. So these the type of niggas, environments I'm around and seeing shit like this go down. And that's the same nigga who I said left the club with his wall on with his back on the wall. Nigga left the club like that, with his back on the wall and slid like this out the club. And then I realized, like, yo, this nigga's a hitman. He's a trained fucking killer. He's a Jamaican youth. Short nigga. You know what I mean? Don't play no fucking games at all. That nigga told me, yo, you have any problems in the bedroom, link me now. I almost cried when the nigga told me that. Because niggas fear this man. I'm talking about niggas fear this man. Because he got a reputation of doing what he do. He killed the nigga in front of that same club and came home from that shit. And he in the club. Niggas know these stories. This ain't nothing new what I'm telling you. Niggas in Atlanta who live in the Caribbean world in Atlanta and know Auburn Avenue and the history know what the fuck I'm talking about. I ain't even got to say the nigga name. They know who the fuck I'm talking about, yo. See that? These the people I'm accompanied with. One of them niggas lost their fucking head. In that same clip, nigga head got cut off. And I knew him. I used to buy weed from this man. We used to burn trees. I'm seeing a picture with this nigga head on the fence, cut off. His body, his head decapitated and his body on the ground. I know this man. I'm like, damn. And I think the police has something to do with that, but I ain't even gonna go there. I could tell you some real hood gangster fucking shit that had to do with capital motherfucking, like that shit reached fucking in the ranks and corporations, nigga, like for real shit. So when I tell you about motherfucking like, you know what I mean, dealing with the street shit and correlated with spiritual shit, that's why I always use the street shit as an example when I correlate the Oahspe with certain scenarios in the Oahspe. Because your lifestyle and things you've been through, you could better see certain scenarios in the Oahspe. But if you ain't been through those lifestyles, you may miss the point that the book is trying to convey when it comes to certain things dealing with deception and cunning and, you know what I mean? I learned from real motherfucking niggas who got bodies on them, yo. Did time for that shit and came home. That's just one nigga. I got another nigga. Taught me, man. Niggas told me the road, show me what to do and what not to do. Protocol, conduct, on some gangster shit as far as moving in them streets. So I got both parties. Cosmon is balanced. The balance of the corporeal and the spiritual. The balance of the hood and the corporate. See that? These niggas told me what not to do and what to do in the circumstances if it do jump off. Ain't no talking, when you whip out, nigga, it's on and popping. Some niggas will whip out and start talking in a little while. Niggas will pull out their hammer and start talking shit. That's a no-no. What not to do. That's one thing you don't. If you whip out and you start talking, you just made yourself vulnerable for somebody to pop your ass because you too busy talking. The gunman say you whoop out, you hit your target. Hit your target. You ain't hitting innocent bystanders, you nigga, you hit your target. These are professional gunmen that I'm talking about that told me things, how to move. You know, Brooklyn niggas, Brooklyn Caribbean niggas, niggas from Nostrand Avenue. You know what I'm saying? These are niggas I'm fucking with. East New York, Brooklyn niggas who came down to Atlanta and set up shop. You know what I mean? Brooklyn Caribbean niggas, man. This the code of conduct I come up under. These the niggas from young when I was teenagers coming up, molded my mind on how to move in these streets and what not to do. Niggas told me to stay away from that bullshit. Stay away from that shit. That shit ain't cool. These niggas got bodies on them, and these niggas got mental issues because they seeing they killers. They don't tell these stories. They're not gonna walk around and come to your reality. I see the nigga got killed. They're not gonna tell you that. But when you have these deep discussions, it comes out. They tell you these things. They tell you how they fear. They killers, but they scared. You know what I'm saying? This shit real, yo. This shit real. And that's the street shit. That's the shit we getting away from. That's the shit I get away from. That's the shit I stay away from. If I go out, I may do my thing. If I decide to go to the club, I don't just go in the club, yo. I don't do that. I pay my money. I walk right in and take a step to the right and stand right there and observe the whole club. See where the exits at. See where the bathroom's at. I observe everything in the club. And then I make a full walk around the whole club. And then I find my spot where exit at. And that's where I party at. Right there by the exit. Because I done been in the club and shit jumped off. I done been in the club and niggas is shooting in the club. And I'm right there in the middle of this shit. Niggas is popping bullets passing me and I'm right there in the middle of this shit. I could have been smoked, banged up, head up, So when you been through shit like that, you learn how to move in that type of environment. You don't walk up in the club like, hey, no, nigga. You walk up in that bitch, fall to the side, see what the fuck going on. Because while you walking up there doing this shit, niggas could be fighting right over there, unknown to you. And motherfucker pull out and get the clapping, and your ass like, oh, your ass getting hit up on the side. I done seen this shit. I done seen niggas get their shit split inside the club. Not even outside the club, because a lot of times niggas will beef inside, and it'll go outside. I seen niggas get hit inside the club, next to me. A nigga got hit 5 times next to me, right there. I'm seeing a nigga getting hit. Well, I ain't seen a nigga get hit, because when the third shot rang off, everybody ran. But when I came back, I came back to where I was standing, and the nigga was right there. His girl was on him. I'm like, damn, nigga, that was a close call. Been in these situations. Jehovah spared my life so many times so I could see how to move in these situations if it ever occur again. That's what these experiences about. If it ever occur again, how you gotta move. Because, you know, just because a nigga hit up in the club don't mean you never gonna go to the club again. You still gonna do your thing, but you just gonna be cautious this time. That's why I say a nigga go in the club, boom, hit the wall, play the wall, see what the fuck the atmosphere looking like, see how rowdy niggas is, see how many niggas been drinking, how many niggas can't control their alcohol, they getting unruly and rowdy. I pay attention to all that. I pay attention to when the atmosphere is lime, and then about 2 in the morning, it start to get rowdy. Niggas get to drinking and niggas get the loud talking. Every female walking by, niggas trying to grab, and the females, when I see the atmosphere starting to get like that, bitch, it's time to go. It's time to go, because something about to pop off. And not too long after that, shit pop off. You know what I mean? I used to be a promoter in the clubs. I've seen too much of that street life inside the club. Seen niggas get murked outside the club. New York to Atlanta, seen that shit on the Parkway, Eastern Parkway, Brooklyn in the 90s, nigga. I used to be out there, nigga. Seen a nigga get pop, 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 walking up the Parkway and nigga laid out right there. I'm like, damn. I'm a teenager seeing this shit, like, damn. Caribbean shit. This ain't no American shit. This is Caribbean people shit. You know what I mean? Caribbean temperaments is not American. Like, Caribbean people temperament is savage, my nigga. Like, we some savages. If you get Caribbean people upset and push their button, niggas will chop your fucking limbs off. Like, if they got a cutlass or a knife, they gonna gut your ass. Trust and believe. It ain't no goddamn, it ain't no old, hey man, it's gonna be like 0 to 100, bop, 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 bop. Nigga, you stabbed the fuck up. I done seen that happen. I seen a nigga spoke words to the wrong nigga, and the nigga just reacted. He ain't say nothing. He just came at him. And the nigga wasn't expecting that. He was expecting the nigga do what he was doing. The nigga, nah, boy. You fuck with the wrong nigga. He come at you. And he's stabbing you up. I seen a nigga get stabbed up like that in front of me. I'm with my mother. We at the carnival, nigga. I'm with my mother. And the nigga getting stabbed up in front of me and my mother, yo. I'm like, oh, shit. And we just got there when this happened. I'm looking at the nigga stabbed up. I go over there and look. The nigga, I don't know, man. When I went over there and looked, the nigga was looking at me. It's like he had his eyes on me. I seen that shit and had to turn away. I had to sit the fuck down and get my head together because this nigga was bleeding profusely. And I had to get my head together, man, because I hate to see that shit. I hate to go somewhere to have a good time and niggas get into it and somebody get fucked up to that point. You know what I mean? I done knocked a couple niggas down in the club too, but I ain't, you know what I mean, get to the point where I'm trying to kill a motherfucker. You know what I mean? Pop, 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 back a nigga off my sister or something like that. Nigga getting too close or getting too aggressive with my sister. Pop, pop, pop. Give him a couple 2 punches, you know what I mean? Lay a nigga out. Go back partying, go to the other side and start partying. Yeah, boy. Nigga, we had fun in that shit. Okay, here go this guy. Let's get him out of here. Yeah, though. That shit wild, yo. If you Caribbean and West Indian background, you know exactly what the fuck I'm talking about. If you don't have that Caribbean background, what I'm telling you, that shit is real, yo. Caribbean people, it's just like I know some motherfucking African people don't play. It's like some niggas don't play, yo. Even, you know, in America, niggas in the hoods, niggas don't play. But it's a different type of energy, yo. It's like them Caribbean niggas is wicked. They could be wicked, yo. I'm trying to tell you. They could be loving and peaceful, but the wicked niggas, just like you got wicked niggas in America, niggas like, you know, who do wicked shit, but these niggas on a whole different type of time of wickedness. They got certain niggas that practice chopping niggas' heads off, man. And they got a clique of niggas in the islands that's on some gangster shit, and they chop niggas, they chop their enemies' heads off. That's their token to show them I'm not to be fucked with. Niggas ain't doing no shit like that out here. As a crew of niggas to say don't fuck with us, taking off niggas' limbs. But in the Caribbean, yo, niggas doing that type of shit, yo. Taking niggas' limbs off. Shit is real in the field, son. Shit is real in the field, son. It survives becoming family. Large up yourself, big up yourself. Had to get me a sip, yeah? Had to get me a sip, yeah? Yeah, yo. You say you still work on your island anger? What you mean, yo? Me does work on my island anger too. Cause I is a madman. When I vex, yeah? When the temper flare, the temper does flare. You know what I mean? I'm South American, my nigga. Like, my parents is from the Caribbeans. They from the island Trinity. That's 7 miles off the coast of South America. Bitch, I'm South American. Literally. You see what I'm saying? My ass is South American. From the Caribbeans. Indigenous to the West on my mother's side, yo. Father, transatlantic slave trade. My father straight Negro. His father straight Negro. I'm like, oh shit. Yeah, just some real talk. You know, I'll give you some scripture, then I'll give you some real talk. Some real life shit. Experience is a motherfucker, because through experience, that molds and shapes your reality. You know what I mean? If you was a person that used to talk back to people and talk shit and get smart with people, and then you did that to somebody and they shot at your ass, you know from that experience, you ain't gonna be talking to motherfuckers like that, because possibly that situation could happen again. That's why I say your experiences mold and shape your reality. You keep stealing some shit for somebody and somebody finally catch your ass and do something bad to your ass, I guarantee you, you're gonna slow down on doing that, because you don't want that shit to happen to your ass again. It's gonna mold and shape your reality. Get them likes up. Oh, we got 37 likes, 41 in the chat. Almost there. Them carnal niggas. Cutthroat. Yeah, yo. You gotta be careful how you moving with niggas. What cities you moving with niggas. If I meet a nigga, and a nigga from East New York, Brooklyn, that nigga grew up there all his fucking life, I'm gonna be wary of this nigga. Cause ain't no way in fuck you grew up in East New York, Brooklyn, and was just a sane nigga. You went through some shit, probably got a body on you somewhere down the line. There's a lot of niggas walking around with bodies up top, man. Between the 80s and the 90s, a lot of niggas caught bodies that's just walking around freely right now. That's just, that shit is behind them, but it's on their shoulder. I be talking to niggas up, nigga, you don't know, this nigga may got 5, 6 bodies, 2, 3 bodies on him. And you just having a great conversation with the person. Yeah. Yeah. Shit real, yo. Shit is real in the field. Yeah, exactly. Also fits no cameras. In the 90s, there was no cameras, man. The murder rate was crazy in the 90s. When I used to go to Brooklyn, East New York, coming up, them summer times, my nigga. When evening come, nigga, them gunshots will ring out from evening to motherfucking like 4 in the morning, 4 or 5 in the morning. Pow, 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 all night. We used to live right across from the projects, Linden Projects, Boulevard Housing over there in East New York. We used to stay right over there. And I used to hear them shots every night, every day. Back then, niggas wasn't shooting in the daytime. That was a rare event back in the 80s and the mid-90s, where shooting in the daytime was thing. It was rare. But when that nighttime come, nigga, them shots is ringing the fuck out. I couldn't believe how much of a war zone New York was in the 80s and the 90s when we used to live up there. I'm glad my mother got the fuck up out of there sometimes, because I'm like, damn, man, I wonder if I would have even survived up this motherfucker. Because I was already fighting niggas in preschool. I was fighting niggas every day. I'm talking about fight, bloody nose fight at 7, 6 years old, yo. PS 273 East New York is that's the school I went to. Then I went to a preschool in the projects, Linden Projects. It was a daycare in the projects, and I went to that daycare. And I remember fighting damn near every day. It was a little dude named James. Me and him used to be fighting all the time. And another nigga named Eric. He got his nose busted one time. He crying, nose bleeding. We were fighting at that age, yo. I'm talking about evil practice already at 6 and 7 years old. So just imagine by the time you turn 14, 15, nigga, you may be out there with the gun towing, catching bodies. I remember 16, nigga, we was feeling like we were grown-ass men at 16. When I was 16, nigga, we thought we were like 25, nigga. I'm driving at 16. I got my first whip, nigga. I'm pushing. I'm driving around the city, not in New York, but in Atlanta. You couldn't tell me shit, nigga. I was on my grown man shit early. Because I used to hang with older niggas, and you learn from the OGs. They teach you being an OG and not being no little kitty you grown, you know what I mean? You had niggas that was kitty at 16, but then you had niggas that was on some grown man shit at 16. Gun toting and all that. Niggas toting guns at 16, and other niggas over there playing video games on some kitty shit. Mystical Munchies, what's good? I see you. No cell phones either, exactly. No cell phones, we had beepers, and some niggas couldn't afford beepers. You really only had to beep if you was hustling. If you really ain't had no, you know, like back in the 90s when you had a beeper, nigga, you was hustling for the most part. You was hustling, or, you know, you was fucking with bitches too, you know what I mean? Niggas who was fucking with them bitches had goddamn beepers. The players had the beepers and the hustlers had the beepers. If you was just an average nigga, wasn't doing nothing, you ain't really had no beeper. I remember the niggas used to have 2 beepers. Nigga had one beeper over here. Yo, niggas was going crazy. This is the pre-goddamn social media age. When you had to be outside. There wasn't no inside in the 90s and the 80s. Nigga, you had to be outside. You know what I mean? You had to be outside, yo. Sugar that came back. Let's get him. They wait for you to arrive in spirit. Yeah, they attack. It's like that in Brownsville. Oh, yeah. Brownsville in East New York. My brother-in-law from Brownsville. That nigga be like, yo, Brownsville harder than East New York. I'm an East New York nigga, like, bro, you know what I mean? Like, yo, East New York is East New York, nigga. I know Brownsville get busy too. But they like neck and neck when it comes to the motherfucking violence and the Caribbean influence and shit like that. You know what I mean? And I'm on the border. I'm in East New York over there by the border Queens and shit. Linden Boulevard over there by Gresham Park. That's me all day. If you want to see me in New York, nigga, come to Gresham Park, East New York, Stanley Avenue over there. Stanley Avenue on the other side of Linden. That's where you gonna find me at when I come to New York. I'm in the hood. Right there crossing the project. I'm in the hood. Shebrew, you know Gresham Park? You know Gresham Park, Shebrew? Gresham Park on Linden Boulevard? You know what I mean? I forget what streets is between. Gresham Park on the other side of Linden and Gresham Park is Stanley Avenue. You got the PJs on that whole strip. Van Sicklin used to go crazy back in the 90s and the 80s, man. Niggas used to get shot up all the time over there. I used to hear these stories. I used to be there sometimes. When I used to be in Atlanta and come up for the summer and hear the rumors and the stories of the bad blocks, nigga, I wanted to go there. I'm like, word, Van Sicklin, let's go to Van Sicklin. My cousin be like, nigga, you tripping. I'm like, man, fuck that, I want to see. This me being a teenager. And then I go see by myself. I used to go walk the streets by myself, go in them projects and get weed by myself, nigga. I ain't give a fuck. Niggas ain't fuck with me. Not saying niggas won't fuck with me, but I had that aura. I carried that aura. I had the dreads back then. It was just like niggas just blended in so perfect. It wasn't like too much like, who the fuck is this nigga? It was like, all right, nigga, he like original head. Yo, it's good. Yo, let me get a dime, boom, get my weed and get the fuck up out of there. I used to walk through them projects, Linden Projects, Boulevard House, and I used to walk through there by myself at 15 and 16, going to buy weed. And then I come back with the weed, and my cousin be like, where you get that weed from? Nigga, I went in the houses. I went in Linden. You went over there? You went over there? You went over there by yourself? Yeah, nigga, I got me some weed. What's good? He like, nigga, you tripping because he live in the environment. He said niggas get murdered over there all the time, and you over there walking in there like it's hokey dokey. But I'm the environment too. I'm a street nigga like these niggas. You see what I'm saying? I'm moving among the streets. I ain't nobody be scared to go in the motherfucking streets. You crazy? I ain't never been scared to move around in no projects. But only one time I was a little nervous in New York. Because my brother, he used to live in the projects. He used to live over there, over Ralph, Glenwood Projects. And I went to go visit him one time. So this is my first time over there and shit. So I go meet this nigga. He gave me the address. So I'm outside waiting at the bus stop. Pulled up. So I'm standing at the spot and I'm like, yo, all right, there's some projects across the street. So I'm like, all right, see niggas outside. I'm like, nigga, I ain't from out here. This nigga need to hurry the fuck up because I'm standing on the corner waiting for this nigga. And I know this is hood shit. And niggas can come up on me and be like, yo, nigga, you been standing here for a minute. What you doing? And I don't want that energy. So I'm sitting up there waiting for this nigga like, damn, hurry the fuck up so that shit won't happen. Then I see my brother coming. He coming out the projects. I'm like, oh, damn, this nigga in the projects? Okay. So he said, yo, boom, 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 we dap it up. He said, come on, let's go. So we walking back in the projects now. So I'm like, oh, this nigga in the projects. Nigga, we walk in the projects, bro, I swear. As I'm walking, you know, I see the back, I'm looking back and see, the regular world, the street, and we walking deeper in the projects. And the deeper we go, it's like that shit behind me just closing in. Like the shit getting smaller. And before you know it, when I look back, it ain't nothing but projects. I'm deep in the fucking projects. And I'm like, oh, man. I ain't been this deep in these type of projects before. And I'm seeing niggas outside, my brother walking and shit. I'm like, all right, well, my brother live here, so fuck it. He, it's all good. And then we still walking deep. I'm like, damn, nigga, we knee deep in these motherfuckers. We like 3 blocks in within the projects. I'm like, damn. And then we finally get up there, we chilling, we burning whatever, boom, boom, boom. Then before it get dark, I said, let me get the fuck up out of here because I don't know what the fuck goes down out here in these motherfuckers, and I got the fuck out of there. His mother walked me out the projects. That's the crazy. Not saying I need her, but she just wanted to walk me out the projects. She said, let me walk you out the projects because these niggas know the environment. And the crazy thing is, my brother called me like, he said, yo, a nigga got murdered in front of the building. The day after, but after I came back home, he like, yeah, nigga got murdered in the building, in front of my building where we was chilling at. He said, nigga got murdered there. And then he said the next day they came back and shot up the playground. I said, damn, nigga, that's how they giving it up over there? So I felt that shit even before going into projects that, yo, this shit right here, New York, let me tell you something, yo. You got to know how to move in New York. And those who live in New York know what the fuck I'm talking about. You got to know how to move in New York, yo. You can easily get dragged into one of these environments, these projects, niggas will lure you in and fuck your ass up, yo. especially in the 90s and 80s, niggas was, you ever seen that movie Clockers? Who ever seen that movie Clockers? In that movie Clockers, if you look at the very opening scene of Clockers, when they show them pictures of them bodies, man, what? They had a nigga in a dumpster with his feet hanging out, yo. Like, they just threw that nigga like trash in there. I was like, wow. They had another nigga, they shot both of his eyes. Yo, if you ever seen the movie Clockers, in the beginning, that introduction part, shit wicked, yo. Back in the days when I met a dude and I told him, I'm from Brownsville, they like, shorty, you gotta come see me. Facts! Same thing in East New York. Me the shorty, yo, I mean, where you at? I'm over here by New Lots. When I used to tell motherfuckers New Lots, they like, nah, I remember I met a nigga, he was like, yo, meet me at New Lots. Cause I stay up the street from New Lots, right across the street from Linden. Go to New Lots. I was late. The nigga was like, yo, man, where the fuck you at? Niggas be getting murdered out here. I was like, damn, nigga. It's like, I'm like, all right, but damn, just like that. But see, I'm coming up from Atlanta, not knowing how ingrained the environment is. I'm just happy to be in New York. Like, I'm that nigga in the club like this at that moment. You know what I mean? My vulnerability is down because I'm happy to be in New York, nigga. I'm ready to hit the streets, nigga. Let's go. Let's rock out. But I'm not thinking of the violence. I'm thinking of the fun. So when I go meet this nigga, he like, yo, man, niggas be getting murdered out here. What took you so long? I'm like, damn. Now I'm scared. Now I'm on edge because I ain't got my burner on me. I ain't got my gun on me. I'm like, fuck, we baked it. If that's the case, let's get the fuck up out of here. Then we go to a fucking abandoned building, abandoned a vacant apartment, and smoke weed in this motherfucker. I'm up in there burning weed with this nigga, nervous as shit. And the nigga had the nerve to tell me, police ran in this motherfucker a couple days ago. I said, what, man? Get me the fuck up out of here, nigga. You tripping. Nah, nigga, we good. Man, this is like 97. You know what I mean? This is like 96, 90, this is like 1997. That's around that time. 97, 98, around that time. I'm 17, young nigga, taking risk like a motherfucker, not knowing the dangers that surrounds me. That's how I knew the Creator had a hand on a nigga. Because I've been in some environments like, nigga, the fuck was I thinking? You dig? And then all those guns, so they just shoot. Yeah. Also, I had a gun when I was depressed, then I probably wouldn't be here because depression is no joke. Yeah, that shit have your ass thinking of suicide if you got that hammer. Sometimes you got to get that hammer away. Like, nigga, tell your parents to hold that shit. That depression hit, nigga, you like, man, fuck it, I'm going to end all. I got the hammer right here. You know what I mean? I know somebody close did that shit. They committed suicide, Joe. Plop. They committed suicide. Then the person who was with them said they had a dream, and in the dream they said that I did something foolish. I committed suicide, like I shot myself. But they ain't know that they was dead. Just like the Oahspe was saying, yo. I was like, when the motherfucker told me that shit, I was like, damn, being witnessed. The motherfucker had a dream, and in the dream, she came to him and said, yo, I shot myself. You know what I mean? But she's still thinking she alive in the dream. I said, wow, that shit deep, yo. Things are run deep. Yes, she grew its a vibe, but that's just some, you know what I mean? Some real life shit, outside of speaking the Oahspe truth. You know what I mean? We have real life events we deal with in life because we live in the real corporeal life. This is the corporeal reality for us. We seeking to be spiritual and righteous. We ain't fully got it there. We just found out about this book. So we ain't like we got generations in this book. It ain't like grandfather, great-grandfather, and great-grandfather and great-grandmother had this book and they live in this lifestyle and perfected it. And when we came along, we are really in the school of thought of this lifestyle. Nah. Some of us are just coming to the understanding of this book, coming out of being in bondage under these false gods. That's why we go so hard against the false gods, because the length of time we've been in bondage to these false gods. You understand? You understand? We've been in bondage to these false gods for so long, and they modify themselves throughout the ages. The first false gods we was dealing with was Dais and Uhasaj. Then Osiris, we started worshiping Osiris. Then we started worshiping Baal. Then we started worshiping Ashtoreth. Then we started worshiping Luamon, Kabbalites, and Inuksa. And now we're worshiping remnants of the false gods. Because Baal is not worshipful no more. Baal has no heavenly kingdom where he's being worshipped as the god of Baal as he was in antiquity. Baal is on a redemptive path. Same thing with Luamung, Ashtaroth, and all the other deities. They're on a redemptive path. Now, some of these deities may be able to ascend in 2048. Baal, Ashtaroth, Osiris, they may be able to ascend in 2048. Because ain't too many motherfuckers over here worshiping. They ain't got too many. They do not have temples to Osiris like they did in antiquity. The same way they got churches and every street corner is a church of Jesus Christ. You don't see that with Osiris. You don't see that with Baal. You definitely don't see that with Ashtoreth. It may have been other deities that modified and changed it, but according to those deities who established them things in antiquity, they're no longer worshipped today as having temples to Baal. You don't see on every corner the church of Baal. You don't see on every corner the church of Osiris. You don't see on every corner the church of Ashtoreth. But you do see on every corner the church of Jesus Christ. You do see on every corner a mosque. You see what I'm saying? So Luamung and Jabril, their duration is not going to be 2048. They're not going to ascend. They may ascend in 2448. That's when they may ascend. But Baal, Osiris, and Ashtoreth, they may literally ascend in 2048. I think they will ascend in 2048. For the length of time they've been here, and for the time that they've been judged and sent to do their labor is half done. Because there's nobody worshiping Osiris. So most of Osiris' fixing is done in the heavens. Because the most of his people he deceived is in the heavens with him. There's nobody on the earth. Well, you got a couple splinter cells like Jabari and some of these Kemetic cats that still carrying the Ankh, but they don't worship Osiris. They look at Osiris as an aspect of nature, so he's not even being worshipped even in that department. So really Osiris, Baal, and Ashtoreth, they free from the dogma of worship on earth as they was worshipped in antiquity, where they really had temples and motherfuckers was really calling on these niggas like these Jesus churches. I went from Baptist to 5% to Christian again to Hebrew to oh, you was a 5%er? Okay. Yeah, I went through my school. I got the lessons in 97. I got the 120 in 97. I was studying the Supreme Alphabet, A, Allah, B, Born, C, Cipher, D, Divine, E, Equality, F, Father, G, God, H, He, I, Islam, J, Justice, K, King, Love, what was that? Master, Now, Cipher, Power, Queen, Ruler, Savior, Truth, Universal, as Victory is V, W is then what was W? Wisdom, Z, Zigzag, and X, what was X? Damn, I forgot what X was. Unknown. And Z was Zigzag. See? That's the whole Supreme Alphabet right there. And then you got the 1 to 10. You got the 1 to 14. And then you got the, I think, the 1 to 32. At one point, I knew these lessons, yo. I knew these lessons at one point. I don't know none of that shit now, but I still remember the Supreme Alphabet as far as the way they letter it. Because I remember we used to use the Supreme Alphabet as code. So we used to be like, yo, I got some wisdom, equality, divine. So that's saying weed, you know what I mean? So we used to speak in code like that, using the Supreme Alphabets. Bondage to the false gods. Who's going to make the change? Yeah, the change is going to be on the change is on us. The change is on the false gods to tell their followers to worship the Creator, which is them, which is us, meaning self. The change got to come within. You was in 81, okay. That's when that shit was fresh and new. You went to the joint of Mecca. You went to the school in Mecca, Shebrew. When you was a 5%er, did you do it to the point where you went to the school of Allah in Mecca? I mean, in not Mecca, Harlem. What they call Mecca. Carlo, I see you. Shalom. What's today's mathematics, God? You crazies. What's today's date? Anyway. Today's the second. Today's mathematics is wisdom. Wisdom being the principal thing of knowledge and blah, 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 blah. Nigga used to spew that shit out like that, yo, back in the day. I used to love to hear the gods build. I ain't gonna hold you. When them gods used to be building, I used to love to hear the gods build. Them niggas used to spit that shit fluently. I was mesmerized at the gods. I'm like, damn, that's what made me want to goddamn get into that shit. Then when you heard Wu-Tang and the rapper speaking it, it was like, yo. See, that's why I said the 90s influence of hip-hop was a lot of knowledge, information, conspiracy, Illuminati, you know what I mean? Rastafari, Islam, all that shit was involved, African, all that shit was involved in the music, evolved in the music. See that? God said, behold, I come to reveal that was done in heaven, that thou, O man, mayest understand the causes of things being done on earth. So when Yahshua said, the kingdom of heaven is at hand, when Yahshua said that, what did the Oahspe say? Behold, I come to reveal what was done in heaven, that thou, O man, mayest understand the cause of things being done on earth. So 2,000 years ago when Yahshua said, the kingdom of heaven is at hand, the kingdom of God is at hand, or the kingdom of heaven is at hand, right here, he said, I come to reveal. I come to reveal which was done in heaven. So this is the revelation. That's what we're trying to show you. The Oahspe is the revelation to come that Yahshua was talking about 2,000 years ago. The Oahspe didn't come in another name. The Oahspe came in the same name that Yahshua came in. Yahweh. Yahshua name means Yahweh, Yahweh, Jehovah, whatever, however you want to pronounce Yahweh. Yahweh. Yahweh is salvation. Yahshua came in Yahweh's name. The Oahspe is in the name of Yahweh. Just under the English name Jehovah. We're not going to play goddamn alphabet games. We're not going to play Y and letter J games. J, if you just take the J and put Y, goddamn it, you got Yahweh. So we're not going to play those silly games. But what we're going to identify is that this Oahspe was written in the name of Yahweh. It declares Yahweh as the creator. The same Yahweh that Yahshua was referring to, the same Yahweh in Genesis 22:4, where it says, and Abraham called the name of the place Yahweh, Yahweh. The same Exodus 6:3, when God told Abraham, by my name, God Almighty, I was known to Abraham, but my name, Yahweh, I was not known to them. That same goddamn name is in the sealment of the Oahspe. As the creator, though, but not a deity, as the creator. So it was clearing up the fact that Yahweh is not a deity, because we believe Yahweh to be a deity based off the Bible. We think he's a man of war. We think he's a man sitting on a throne in heaven, and Yahshua is sitting on his right hand. But in the Oahspe, Yahweh is the creator and not a deity. So it's bringing back clarity of who Yahweh is. It's clearing up the fact that Yahweh is not a deity, but the incomprehensible, unseen and seen, no beginning, no end. The vortex and the power is the force of the creator. It don't tell you that in the Oahspe, in the Bible. The Oahspe had to come back and clarify and re-reveal the nature of the creator, the nature of the heavenly proceedings among angels, God, Lord, gods and lords, guardian angels, and the Saph's angels that receive the spirits of the dead. It reveals angel musicians, known as Es'unurs. The trumpeters, musicians, they got music in the heavens the same way we got bands on earth. Oahspe is revealing these things in detail, critical detail. It's showing you the proceedings of the Etherian angels, the proceedings of true God, rightful ruler of heaven and earth. And then it shows you the proceeding of the false gods, the deceptive gods, who use mortals as their subjects and angels as their subservient slaves in heaven to populate their kingdom. It shows you these things. It shows you the proceedings of heaven from the good to the bad, from the prosper to the long trial and long suffering, to rise into the Etherian realms. The duration of 3,000-year periods. You don't have none of this shit coming out the Bible, but it was echoed in the Bible. It was a shadow of things to come. The kingdom of heaven is at hand. And now the Oahspe reveals that the kingdom of heaven is known to man. That's what the Oahspe say, that the kingdom of heaven will be known to man. Daniel was told to seal up the books until the end. The end of what? The end of the Arccycle. Because at the ending of the Arccycle, the new revelation will be revealed. Huh? Right here. Right here, when it states right here. Check this. God's book of Esra, chapter 1. God said, this book shall be called Esra because it is the history of the heavenly cycles. See that? It is the history of the heavenly cycles. What did Jesus say? The kingdom of heaven is at hand. And what this book is about? The history of the heavenly cycles. It shall contain the substance of the heavenly records of 3,000 years and the first regions of the first resurrections of the dead. My words are not of the earth, but of heaven. For the history of the earth ye know already. Wherefore I reveal things ye know not of. See that? Be ye profitable therein understandingly, for my heavenly kingdoms will be presently your inhabitation. See that? So this is what the book is revealing. It's stated here, chapter 2, verse 2, what? No, verse 1. God, son of Jehovah, said, give ear, O earth, and be attentive to the words of Jehovah's son, and ye mortals of the earth. For I have said, the time shall surely come when all things shall be revealed to the inhabitants of the earth. See that? He said the time will surely come when all things shall be revealed to the inhabitants of the earth. See that? And check this verse right here. Right here, verse 25. For my gods and high race officers shall open up their libraries of heavenly books. See that? Which shall yield up my treasures, which are these records. I will make the angels of heaven know me in my words. They shall come together from their countless heavenly kingdoms and places, for my hand and my strong arm is upon them. The labors of the lower heaven shall be clothed in mortal words and handed down to mortals. This is the revealing of what Yahshua was talking about. He says, my gods and primal gods and generals and captains shall uncover their proceedings before the heavens of the earth. They shall come together and be as one man with one voice, and their words shall be my words. For the prophets have proclaimed of abroad that a time would surely come when I would reveal all things unto men, and things that were made dark, and things that were dark made plain, and things in the light made as heaven rejoicing. See that? And this is what the Oahspe is. The revelation. Because we vibing night now. Yes, family. It's a vibes. Hey, baby. Say hi. Say peace.
Peace.
Alright. Alright. I see y'all stretching out grandmama. Y'all go upstairs. Alright. Y'all go on now. Y'all go have fun. Yes, family. Family is in the house. It survives. You done know. It's a vibes, yes, family. Family vibes, yes. Yes, family. The family there, yo. The youth, them. Must raise up the youths, yes? The good, the bad, the ugly. Life. Life, yo. Serious vibes. It's a vibes. Yes, family, we're vibing out now, you know. But like I said, the Oahspe is revealing the heavenly records, the heavenly proceedings of the angels. That's the purpose of this book. Earth, sky, and spirit. That's what the Oahspe mean. Earth, sky, and spirit. It's a vibes. Yeah, them is the little daughters of Jehovah, yes? Gotta raise them up, yo. She called me daddy. So I'm like, all right, baby girl. I'm play papa. Yes, family. It's a vibes. If y'all got any questions, y'all can throw some questions out there. You know what I mean? We just been going through the lessons, just freestyling for the most part. As the vibe comes, so shall we spit and teach out the Oahspe. But I do got some teachers coming up soon, some lessons. Let me take a commercial break. Promote the bittersweet herbals. Make sure to get your bitters. You know how we do. Keep the temple pure.
Bittersweet herbals. What it tastes is bitter, but the results are sweet. Bittersweetherbals.com. Bittersweet herbals. What it tastes is bitter, but the results are sweet. Bittersweetherbals.com.
Yes, family. You done know commercial vibes. You know what I mean? Create my own commercial for the joint. You dig? Hits the vibes. When I came out of Christianity, I felt like there was more to the spirit world. Your earlier videos helped me a lot. Just want to say thank you. Yes, yes. If you want to get real lessons from Selah Shalom as far as like class book text lessons, go back to my earlier videos, go to my playlist. You know, I got the Trinity series, the Wars Against Jehovah. I got a whole bunch of videos, the story of Moses, where I lay it out in actual lesson format. Like what we doing, like the way I'm speaking to you now is just a vibe. So if you met me, Selah Shalom, on this level, as far as reading It's a Vibe, go to the playlist and watch the series videos, those where you get the actual textbook class lessons, where it's just the audio and it's just the illustrations. That's where you're gonna really get the bulk of the information. You know what I mean? This is a vibe. This is a segment called It's a Vibe. So it's more like we just freestyle, we just come off the top of the dome and we just catch it as we go. You know what I mean? Direct inspiration vibes. And I may come on every now and then to actually give a little class. But the real class book text teachings, the real hardcore, real Selah Shalom teachings is in that playlist. If you ain't been to my playlist and watched them earlier videos, that's what you gotta go watch. Those are the videos that break the shit down with no stones unturned, no mess ups. Cause y'all be stumbling over my words here cause I'm just freestyling. It's a vibes. But when I do it in my class book text, I record it, then I chop and edit it so it just flows straight through with no mistakes. So that shit just flows clean. It's a clean go. You know what I mean? I'm gonna get back to some of those type of teachings as well too. But you know, that was before they did the live. So I had to edit it up and upload it like that. So now they started doing the live. I said, let me test out the live. Let me just vibe. And I came up with It's a Vibes. And it's been like that ever since. With them textbook teachings, I hit you with some of them shits too. If I want to drive a point home, I hit niggas with them textbook teachings and shit. But a lot of them textbook teachings I hit niggas with, I laid all that shit out. So that's why I don't even be tripping no more. I'm like, nigga, I done laid the fucking foundation out years ago. If you look at some of them videos 6-7 years ago, laid that shit out, hook, line, and sinker. No stones unturned. Psalm 2 verse 11. Angelica, I'm gonna have to bring your ass on here. You be putting me to work. Angelica be over there slick with it, pulling out verses on niggas. Giving niggas complex verses to break down like, oh, you going deep with it, huh? Book of Psalm, verse chapter 2, verse 11. Build ye, hold on, let me make sure I don't be reading the wrong shit. See, exactly, I was about to read the wrong shit. Book of Shalom. She would have been like, nigga, I ain't tell you to read that. Oh, dysfunctional ass nigga. In the Book of Shalom. And it's crazy because I got what you talking about highlighted. See that? Look at that. I already had it highlighted. See how we on the same page, Angela? Look, I already had it highlighted. Talking about Yeshua. Ashang. Hold up. Hits the vibes. Book of Ashang, son of Jehovah, chapter 2, verse 11. Ashang built the place as commanded by Jehovah. And when it was finished, Jehovah said, Thou shalt call the place Yeshua. And it was so called because it was a place of salvation. A lot of people don't know, and that they will find out, because the Oahspe is a revelation, meaning revealing things hidden, that there was a heavenly place called Yeshua. Outside of Yeshua ben Yusuf, as we know Yeshua, that came much later. But here in the Oahspe, in the book of Ashang, it talks about a heavenly place called Yeshua. And Ashang, you talking about, Ashang is the second Arccycle after the creation of man. So you talking before the flood, you talking, what, 6,000 years after the creation of man? So you roughly talking like 77, 78,000 years ago that this place called Yeshua was built up. Ashang is the Etherian god that came in the second Arccycle. Now let me pull up that map right quick to show you what time period we're dealing with. The time of Ashang. See, we deal with time periods, so we just ain't saying this shit and you don't know what time period we're dealing with. And when you look at this map, you see number 2? Number 2 is this time period that I'm talking about. Book of Ashang, son of Jehovah, is the Arccycle of the second Arccycle. See that? So in this second Arccycle, so look at we're in the 25th Arccycle now. So in its second Arccycle, Ashang, verse 11, it states, Ashang built the place as commanded by Jehovah. Commanded by Jehovah the Creator. And when it was finished, Jehovah said, Thou shalt call the place Yeshua. And it was so called because it was a place of salvation. Again, Jehovah said, Choose now thy counsel, my son, and also thy sub-officers. But when thou hast completed the list, leave in Yeshua the sub-officers and proceedings, thou and thy council of 1,000,000 men and women with thee, down to the earth and heaven thereof. And cast thy eyes upon the inhabitants, for they are in distress. And when thou comest to the place of my lords and my gods, deliver them and bring them to Yeshua, for they need rest. See that? And as many of the eyes in heaven as are capable, bring them also away from thee, and give them into the care of thy people. So at this point, in the second Arccycle after the creation of man, a heavenly plateau or a heavenly place was built, and it was called Yeshua. And it was the place of salvation, the place of rest, because the gods was toiling, dealing with these drudges for so long that when the Etherians comes, usually when the Etherian angels come, the rightful ruler, true God, he will take a break and let the Etherians take charge and run the kingdom in his stead. And then it's a place that they'll go to, and this particular place is called Yeshua, place of rest. And this is where the gods will chill out for a minute, about 5 or 6 years. They kick their feet up and let the Etherian gods do what they do during the dawn of then, or the beginning of the Arccycle. The Etherian angels, the archangels, they come at the beginning of an Arccycle, and they stay anywhere from 5 to 8 years. So out of 3,000 years, the Etherian angels only stay 5 to 8 years out of 3,000 years. That's a very small time, and that's why we don't hear anything about them, because a lot of their works are already done in the heavens, and then by the time if they do any influence on the earth, there's no records of them doing anything or kept. You know, it may be some miracles you may hear about, but it's not like these Etherians say, yo, boom, this is who I am. We come 5 to 6 years and we out here. They ain't come saying that. They just came to clean up. But the Oahspe reveals that these Etherian angels, the chief of them, so like when Osiris came, or Apollo, or Thor, or Su, or Sedantes, when these Etherian angels come, the chief, they only stay 4 to 8 years, and they go back up into the Etherian realms. But they may leave Etherian angels to assist true God for the first 200 years. So while Osiris, or the chief Etherian angels, they head back to the Etherian kingdom after 4 to 5, 8 years, they leave Etherians to assist true God for the next 200 years. And then when that 200 years is done, all the Etherians are sent back up, and it's left into the hands of the atmospherian angels to run the rest of the course till the next harvest and the next set of archangels come in the subcycles, and they come to take up the souls into the higher realms. So that's how them things are going in the bedroom, because it survives. That's how we're moving, family. You dig? Yes, Elijah. Protection and guidance, yeah? Safe up yourself. Lodge up yourself. Yes, we're free from the false gods, no doubt. Because it survives. Yes, family. The next harvest, to answer your question about the harvest, the beginning of the... So let me show you this right here. Show you this. Show you this time. I ain't got the dates on the timeline, but just to tell you, when you see this timeline right here, when you see the 25th, where it say number 25, that's where we're at right now. We're in the 25th Arccycle called the Ark of Cosmon, present time. That started in the year 1848. The year 1848 is the beginning of the 25th Arccycle. So 200 years from 1848 is 2048. That's the first harvest. So there's going to be a harvest of the souls going into the Etherian realms, angels going into the second resurrection, other angels going into the third, other angels coming up from the earth going into the first resurrection. So 2048 is graduation for the brides and bridegrooms. That's going to be the harvest. So in 2048, this is what's going to happen. I'm going to read in the book of Jehovah, right here. This is what's going to happen in 2048. Book of Jehovah, chapter 7, verse 17. And verse 16. At the termination of the dominion of my gods and lords, shall they gather together in these my bound heavens, all such angels as have been prepared in wisdom and strength for resurrection to my Etherian kingdoms, and these angels shall be called brides and bridegrooms to Jehovah, for they are mine and in my service. And to God and his lords with the brides and bridegrooms will I send down from Etheria ships in the times of light. See that? Now let me get the Arccycle. Because we're in the 25th Arccycle. And in 200 years, this harvest is going to play out. I got it here. No, I'll come back to it. I'll come back to the Arccycles. But we're in the 25th, so 2048, this is going to take place. And God and his lords with the brides and bridegrooms will I send down from Etheria ships in the time of Dan, or the time of light. By my Etherian gods and goddesses shall these ships descend to these heavens, and receive God and his lords with the brides and bridegrooms, and carry them up to my exalted regions I have prepared for them. So that's what's going to take place in 2048. That's going to be the first harvest after the beginning of the Ark of Cosmon. And the next harvest after 2048 is going to be 2448. That's going to be 400 years after 2048. So we definitely not going to be alive 2448. We definitely going to be in spirit at that point. But we're going to be able to ascend in 2448, either into the first or second resurrection, depending on our service done unto others and our affiliation in brotherhood and sisterhood, will determine how quick we'll ascend to the first, second, or third resurrection. So, even if we was to die now, we not ascending in 2048 at all. We may be initiated into the rites and ceremonies if we're lucky, but 2048, yeah. 2448, yeah. That's a whole nother time period right there. So that's how we're moving the family, because it's a vibes, yeah. That's right. 2048. 2048 is the prophecy, yeah. See, the Oahspe gives you timetables to play with. It gives you numbers to play with. It gives you time periods of dates to play with. It's a vibes. What are mermaids? I'm not sure what are mermaids. From what I know, they like fish people. You know what I mean? In the Oahspe, it talk about monstrosites. Crossbreeds between man and beast. You know what I mean? Now we're doing genetic engineering where we can splice genetics and genes and crossbreed them with animal. That's what the whole underground basements and these secret basements, Area 51 and all that shit about. They dealing with genetic engineering. Cause it's a vibes. See if I can find that verse where it talk about the monstrosites. Math is not your friend, but nah, this basic math though, it ain't like no calculus and geometry. It's just like, when you get familiar, because I had to do the math and that. I just know the numbers now because I've been playing with the numbers for so long. But like, you got the 3,000 year cycles, and within the 3,000 years, the sub-cycles are 400 years. The first 200 years, then the next is all 400 year cycles. But that's the basis of the prophecy. Some of those cycles may be a little bit more than 400, or maybe 500, 600, but it all equates within 3,000 years. It may be a little longer than like the last Arccycle we came out of was 3,400 years. The Arccycle of Moshe was 3,400 years. From 1553 BC to 1848 AD present time is the length of the 24th Arccycle. And that's 3,400 years from the time of Moses to from the Ark of Bond. That was the name of the Arccycle of Moshe. When the Exodus took place, that was the beginning of an Arccycle right there. The Exodus is the signature of the Arccycle. It was the time of migration out of bondage, kind of like what we're going through now. After slavery comes freedom and liberty. You're free. You're not bound no more. Remember, we was on chains when we came over. On chains. At one point, we was chained up. Then we came out the chains. Then after we came out the chains, we came off the plantations. And after we came off the plantations, we fight for freedom, justice, right, and equality. You know what I mean? And as we progress, the more we start to become more humans again, and not savages and beasts to one another. But it's all in Jehovah's plan, that the wickedness of man shall be weaned from his soul. But it's a process. The same way when you was young and you was mischievous. You know, niggas, when they was little, they was mischievous as hell, but when they grew up to be some mature motherfuckers. Like, man, bro, I would have never known you would have turned out to be like that. Because you was bad as hell when you were young. You know those stories. You dig? Brides and bridegrooms, are they twin flames? No, brides and bridegrooms are graduated students. You know when you in high school and you graduation, and when you put those gowns on and you and your classmates got the gowns on and you throw the hats up, those are brides and bridegrooms in service to Jehovah. Because these are people who have graduated from their school and they're about to head to the colleges and universities outside the high school that they were subjected to for 4 years. So we were subjected to the earth and its heaven. We graduate and now we go into the Etherian realms. The universities in the city. Cities in the universe. It's a vibes, you dig? Yeah. heard about the Neanderthal carcass beast, wild man walking on all fours with tails, the Tartarian old maps of Roy. Yeah, no doubt. Man was beast at one point. Keep in mind, we animals still. We are mammals. We're still, human beings are part of the animal kingdom. We can't forget that. We got to remind ourselves, we are mammal beings. Mammals have, mammals reproduce in the womb. Their reproduction cycles is in the womb. You know what I mean? A reptile gives birth in an egg outside of the womb. We not reptilians. We mammals. Just like any other mammal. A damn whale is a mammal. We have more in common with them. So we're animal man. We're mammal, we're animal. We're just the highest form of animal on the planet. But our highest self is angelical. So from flesh to celestial, from terrestrial to celestial, from flesh to spirit. Man at one time wasn't always walking on all fours. With all twos. Man was walking on all fours. The same way we talk about the Caucasian walking on all fours, man was walking on all fours, period, in the beginning. Just like a Caucasian baby, an African baby, an Indian baby, a Chinese baby, all these babies come out the womb on their bellies. Once they start, they gotta crawl before they walk. What makes you think it's any different with man? You think man was created and just started walking upright? No. When man was created, like the Oahspe say, man was helpless on his belly. I was like, damn. I'm talking about the very first man, the early races of men, primitive man. When Jehovah said, let us make man, or when Jehovah created man, male and female, that bunch of male and female, them niggas wasn't standing up. Jehovah didn't make these niggas like this, standing up on their 2 feet. Jehovah made these niggas and they had to wiggle and figure that shit out like a baby. See that? Just like a baby. A grown-ass man with the mind of an infant. Such was man in the beginning. The same way you see an infant lay on his belly. Let me pull up an infant. Show y'all what I'm talking about. Show you that Jehovah just don't fabricate things. He gives you signs in creation. He gives you signs through our very experience. Huh? Look at it. Look at this picture right here, yo. Hits the vibes. Now look at this. I'm trying to tell you. A lot of people think man was created standing up, walking around perfectly. Where in nature does anything come into the world? What human being comes into the world walking perfectly? Man was laying on his belly. You see this beautiful baby right here? You see how he laying on his belly? I bullshit you not. In the beginning, when God created man, man was on his belly just like that. Moving around on his belly. He didn't know how to move his limbs and figure his limbs yet. Man was crawling on his belly. And then when he learned to stop crawling on his belly, he stood upright and started moving on all fours like a baby. A baby crawls and moves on all fours before it learned to actually stand up and walk upright. Like I say, we mammals, we still animal. We move no different than the other mammals. But we just the highest form of mammal on the planet. We the highest form of intelligent animal on the planet is man. See that? But look at the baby. He on his belly. Damn, let me see if I can find that verse where it talks about that. I think that's in Apollo. Where it talks about man on how he was helpless on his belly. I was like, damn. Let me see if I can find that verse. It said man was helpless. I was like, on his belly. I was like, what? And then I was like, it makes sense. Because nowhere man ever came into the world, or nowhere it shows a human being coming into the world just walking upright. Ain't no baby coming into the world just perfectly walking on all two. Let me see. Let me see if I can find that. We're going to talk about that. Same way you see that baby was the same way. So when the angels in the beginning came to that first set of man, that's how they was beholden to man. On his belly, walking on all fours. And Jehovah said, I command you to lift man upright. Make him learn to walk upright. Show him his potential, what I created him to be. That's what the angels were sent to do. To show man his potential. Now you ain't like these other animals. I created you above the animals. See if I could find that. That shit was deep. Yeah, man. Let me see if I can find that verse. If not, then we'll just keep the vibes of going. Or I could go, matter of fact, I can go to the book of Inspiration and give a reference to man's condition in the beginning to show you that man wasn't all upright and knowledgeable. Just like that baby right there, as cute as the baby is, he don't know A, B, C, D, E, F, G yet. He's Goo Gaga. His comprehension is not there yet. He hasn't been taught learning and comprehension. So just imagine, you remember in the Bible it says, God commanded the Israelites to kill off the infants. Man, woman, child, and suckling. And who gonna do that to that precious little beautiful baby? Exactly. And then the Oahspe say the conditions of the infants in spirit for these atrocities. So now, let's see here. Alright. So in the book of Inspiration, it gives you the nature of man in the beginning. In the book of Inspiration, chapter 6, it states, let me see. Alright, so let me see where I want to start. Chapter 6, verse, I'll start from 20. And man partook of the first and second creation. After the manner of every animal of the earth, so created I man. See that? He says, after the manner of every animal on the earth, so created I man. With all the characteristics of all of them, so created I him. Male and female created I them. So we're the highest form of animal, as Oahspe saying. We're the highest form of animal. We have all parts of animal in us. Everything. A little bit of mammal, a little bit of reptile, a little bit of everything is the makeup of man. The highest form of intelligent animal is man. But check this. Look what verse 21 states. And man was unconscious of his creation. You see how that baby is? You think that baby is conscious of his creation? He don't know he just came out of the womb. He don't know nothing. He has to be taught these things. But before he has to be taught, he has to learn A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Then he has to learn to pronounce the alphabet, pronounce the words, then put words together to create sentences to gain comprehension. Without comprehension, you can't understand nothing. Comprehension and learning comes by having a script and having a language and an alphabet. See that? This is the rudimentary things of comprehension and education. So what did the Oahspe say? Verse 21, and man was unconscious of his creation, not knowing whence he came, nor knew which was his own species. You think that little kid know his own species? You think that little baby know whence he came? But such was the condition of man in the beginning, like this little child. This is the proof and the reference of man in the beginning by looking at the infant grow. Coming from ignorance, coming from unconsciousness, to learning and becoming conscious and learning comprehension. So again it states, man was unconscious of his creation, not knowing whence he came, nor knew which was his own species. And I sent my angels to man. So when the angels came, they seen man in this condition, not knowing whence he came, crawling and walking on all fours. And then it stated, what? Look, and I sent my angels to man to teach him who he was and to rouse him up to his capabilities for which I created him. Ain't that what the child? The child don't know nothing, but we know the potential of the child. So we got to teach the child, raise him up, teach him how to walk upright and stand on 2 feet because you're not an animal. Show him his potential. So again, it's stated, I sent my angels to man to teach him who he was and to rouse him up to his capabilities for which I created him. And my angels drew from man's side substance and took on corporeal forms, and the angels dwelt with man as helpmates to make man understand. So that's how the angels help man to comprehend. So it was the angels in the beginning that taught man how to walk upright. It was the angels in the beginning that taught man how to goddamn make clothes and clothe yourself. It was the angels in the beginning that gave man a written language, being the paleo language, the petroglyph, the petroglyph language. In the Oahspe, they call it the panic language, the language of signs and symbols, of earthly images. That was the first language. And you see all those pre-script language. You see what I'm saying? But here the Oahspe showing you that man in the beginning was ignorant of his creation. He didn't know who he was. The same mentality that this child has was the same mentality as a grown adult that man was in the beginning. So just imagine seeing a grown-ass adult falling on his belly, but with the mind of an infant, with the mind of an infant. And the angels came during the Ark of One, right here. This is when the angels came in the beginning of the Ark of One, right here. See that? But the creation of man took place 6,000 years before that. Huh? Let me see. The creation of man. I don't think I got that segment. That breakdown where I show 6,000 years before the Ark of One was the creation of man. Do I got that one? Let me see. I don't think I got that one. Nah, I ain't got that one. But 6,000 years before the first Arccycle, man was created. So man was in that condition of helplessness, in this condition of crawling on his belly for 6,000 years. 6,000 years man was in this helpless condition prior to the angels coming in the Ark of One and lifting man up out of this helpless condition. So man was in the nature of the beast for 6,000 years. He was at his lowest for 6,000 years like a child. That child is at his lowest. He's on his belly. But he's going to grow upward from there. You dig? So that's what we're dealing with, yo. Showing you the ignorance of man in the beginning. See that? Let me see if I can get another verse real quick of the condition of man in the beginning. You dig? Things that get deep, yo. Now that's what talking about the angels. But it's one in Apollo where it talks about man was helpless on his belly. I was like, damn, I want to see if I can find that one. And then it gives you a description of men. Like niggas didn't, you know, they nails was like claws because niggas ain't had no clippers back then. You know what I mean? Niggas wasn't trimming up back then. Niggas was looking like beast. Man was looking like beast in the beginning. More animal in nature compared to now when man looked more angelical in his appearance and being. You dig? Let's see if I can find that verse. I was like, wow. These angels revealing this is interesting. Because it's a vibes. Yes, the angels can come back. The angels are with you now. They inspire you. You know what I mean? The angels inspired me, directed me to get this Oahspe. Now that I understand how the unseen works, the unseen angels, they all around you. They always around you. And whatever you ask for, they'll give you what you ask for. If you persistent in what you want, they'll give it to you. The Creator will reveal what you want. Whatever your heart desire, the Creator will give it to you. He gave the false gods their heart desire. He gave them heavenly kingdoms, millions of followers. They prospered, but then they fell. Because they wasn't in tune with the Creator, but they got what their heart desired. Now, if you want what your heart desired and you're in tune with the Creator, you'll never fail. So check this. This is how man was this is the nature, and this is during the time of Apollo. This is during the time of Apollo, so this is after the flood. The time of Apollo is the 18th Arccycle after the creation of man, what I'm about to read. And they're talking about man in these conditions after the flood. So, when you see this chart here, man in the condition, what I'm talking about is pre-first Arccycle. So the first Arccycle, man was laying on his belly. But what I'm about to read is the 18th Arccycle, which is one Arccycle after the flood. So from the 18th Arccycle going back, the man was in these conditions. So man, like how we see us today, all clean cut and all that, we wasn't always like this. We was very animalistic in nature. So now check it. Book of Apollo, son of Jehovah, chapter 3, verse 16. I remember the earth, O Father, men and women with long hair hanging down, and hands with claw nails, fierce and warlike, and hair in tufts and short curled, damn near like locks, when matted probably, whose eyes were like a lion's, and mouth wide and falling open, like a dog that is tired. See, niggas wasn't even concerned with how they look. You know how niggas be looking all silly, looking, mouth dropped, and like, nigga, you look at yourself, fix up yourself. These niggas wasn't conscious to none of that. Verse 17. Therefore, thou hast called me, O Jehovah, and I perceive thy double purpose. All right, so right there is basically going into something else. But that was just a description of how man's condition was. Looking like goddamn beast, not being conscious of his looks. But I was really trying to find a one when we talk about crawling on their belly, but I'll get that one on another occasion. But yeah, yo, this shit real, family. Cause it's a vibes. Crazy, I just read in chapter 11 in the Emerald Tablets about in the far past man living in caves and rocks only a little were erased beyond beasts. Exactly. In the book it shows, even in the Bible it shows you that before man put on aprons, he was running around naked. The first created man and woman was running around as joking naked. But see, man had more hair on his body in the beginning. We have evolved. We got less hair on our body now. Some people ain't even got no hair on their body. But when man was first created, he was covered over with, you know, like you can see the remnants of the hair. So you can tell in antiquity that this was almost like Wolfman. This shit was a cloud, a covering of hair to protect man from the environment. Because this was before man learned industry. You talking about man being butt-ass naked in the environment. So he would have more hair covering his body to protect him and keep him cool from the environment. And then as man evolved, things changed. It's a vibes. Yeah, demons ain't nothing but evil people. The same way you see an evil people, like for example, Hitler. They say Hitler was evil, he did all that atrocities to the Jews or whatever. So he would be a demon. Anybody that moves on a level where killing masses of people like that, creating genocide, is demonic. So when that person crosses over in spirit, they become a demonic spirit. But they was a one-time human being. Demonic, evil, Satan, devil, all those are names describing behaviors and characteristics of one-time human beings and now spirits. Remember, As above, so below as above. So below you have earthly human beings. Above you have angels, which were one time human beings. And they carry the same characteristics as they did when alive on earth. And the Oahspe testifies of that in the Book of Inspiration, where it talks about how man will hold on to his prejudiceness prior to him weaning himself from those prejudices. See that? Because it's a vibes. And I'm going to read that for you once I get it. I think that's in the Book of Inspiration. Maybe in the Book of Judgment. I'll come back and look for that one as far as what it was talking about. There. But it talks about how man holds on to his prejudice even in spirit when he crosses over. Show you that man has a lot to work on when weaning himself from evil. So you just ain't gonna cross over in spirit and be some holy apostle or some holy angel. You gotta work on yourself. So if you hate the white man, you're going to have to work on letting that go. If the white man hates you, you're going to have to work on letting that prejudice go in order to rise into these higher realms. That's the Oahspe we talk about. Remember, Oahspe says, I will have no quarreling and arguing in my exalted heavens concerning law, Lord, gods, and saviors. He said, we're not doing that here. He said, we're not doing that here. We ain't gonna be arguing about Yahshua up here. Joel said we ain't doing that. Is it the vibes? Okay, for the crawling on it. See? That's what I'm saying. I got my brothers in the chat putting me up on game. Each one teach one. You know what I mean? That's why I call it the Oahspe team. We got to work as a unit and get that word out and relay the message. So I was like, damn, I want that calling on their bellies. It's the vibes. All right, so check this, right? Let me get that. Let me bring the baby back up now that I found it. There go the baby, right? I told y'all that man in the beginning was walking on his belly and shit like that. So, Book of Septantes, chapter 8, verse 15. God perceived the sorrow of his friend. And he said, O Jehovah, who are the Almighty? How keener hast thou made our sense of our own weakness than those who look upon us. The Lord is my God. In the glories he has wrought out such cruel substance, and I sing to his praise and love. Lo, I have looked upon the naked man. I have looked upon the naked man and woman of this great land, crawling on hands and feet with no thought but to eat. And I have seen them raised up by the Lord and guardian angels to walk upright and use words and speech, to wear clothes and skin to hide their nakedness. See that? See that? But look, what did it say? It said what? And this great land, crawling on hands and feet with no thought. And that's not even a verse I was looking for, but that's still a good verse because it's showing you that man in the beginning says, lo, I have looked upon the naked man and woman of this great land, crawling on hands and feet with no thought but to eat. See that? See that? So it's showing you the condition of man in the beginning. He wasn't conscious like how we are today. And we forget that. We think that when God created Adam and Eve, like these motherfuckers was conscious beings coming out speaking perfect languages. No, these niggas was just as helpless as that baby you see on the screen right there. That baby language is goo goo gaga before it learned A, B, C, D, A, Ba, Ka. Before it learned that, its language is goo goo gaga, literally. Then the angels got to come and teach this baby from goo goo gaga to A, Ba, Ka, teach him the alphabets so he can learn the language. Or before the scripts was given, as far as a written script, there was given symbols and signs of earthly things, and that was the first means of communication. The first means of language and communication is called, in the Oahspe, the Panic language or the Samoan language. In history, it's called petroglyphs. Petroglyphs is the signs and images of things written on stone, carved in stone. You know what I mean? That was the first language given to man. See, the Oahspe shows you from the creation of man how man developed and evolved to what we are today. You see that? And the Oahspe talks about they crossbred with the angels. Now you may think, how can man and angels crossbred? But it explains what took place. These angels that crossbred were the same ones that died in infancy. See that? The whole in the garden thing, those were for the angels. The instructions given was for the angels. Not too much for man, but for the angels. Let's see. Like, for example, in the book of Jehovah, chapter 6, verse 12 is stated, I looked over the wide heaven. This is like verse 11, it states, out of Simu I made man, and man was but as a tree, but dwelling in Hak. And I called him Asu, or Adam. And I looked over the wide heavens that I made, and I saw countless millions of spirits of the dead that had lived and died on other worlds before the earth was made. So here, man is created, and keep in mind, man is like that baby in his lowest state before he could crawl, before he could walk. He's crawling on his belly, or walking on all fours. But then look what it states here. Let me go to verse 14. There alighting upon the new earth millions of angels from heaven, but many of them had never fulfilled the corporeal life, having died in infancy. See that? So these angels that alighting upon the new earth died in infancy. So they never lived the physical life because they died in infancy. And these angels comprehended not procreation nor corporeal life. So being that, just like that baby, if he passed on infancy, he never understood the reproductive system, interbreeding, none of that. So these angels are ignorant to corporeal life or procreation. See that? Verse 15. And I said, go and deliver Asu, or Adam, or the Adamites, or primitive man, from darkness. Darkness meaning the level of ignorance. Just like that baby is in darkness. Darkness in the sense that he has no knowledge of self. He don't know whence he came from. He don't know who he is. He has to be taught all these things. Right? By the parent. And at this point, the angels is playing the parents. Because there's no man or woman sufficient to raise one another up. That's like a room full of babies. Can't no other baby raise the other baby and say, this is how you do it. They all in the same boat. So the same way that baby crawling on his belly, another baby beside him crawling on his belly. Now one baby can't tell the other baby, yo, this is how you do it. They both in ignorance. They don't know. So it's going to take the parent to teach them and for them to comprehend. So the angels was the first set of parents for the first race of man. So it stated what? And I said, go deliver Adam from darkness, for he shall rise in the spirit. He shall rise and inherit my Etherian world. See that? And now was the earth in the later days of Simu, and the angels could readily take on corporeal bodies for themselves. Out of the elements of the earth clothed they themselves by force of their wills with flesh and bone, by the side of the Asuans or Adamites, primitive men, took they on corporeal form. See that? So it shows you how these angels manifested on earth. By the force of their own will, by the elements of the earth, clothed they themselves. See that? So that's what I said, that these angels would have had to have an O blood type, because O blood type is the only blood type that is universal. It could receive any blood and it could give any blood type. It could give to AB connected. So that's my theory, that the angels' blood that manifested, that the Oahspe just said, with flesh and bone, by the force of their own will, out of the elements of the earth, they would have had an O blood type, no antigen connected to their blood. See that? They would have had to been O negative. See that? Because the animal kingdom, you have A, B. When you look at the gorillas and apes and orangutan, that which is closest to man, there's no O blood type in them. It's basically A, B, or A or B. But the O blood type is a rare blood type, and it's a universal blood type. See that? That should show you right there. It's universal. It could give to all. See that? So again, it's stated, and now was the earth in the later days of Semu, and the angels could readily take on corporeal bodies for themselves. Out of the elements of the earth clothed they themselves by force of their wills with flesh and bone. By the side of the Adamites or primitive men took they on corporeal forms. Now keep in mind, these angels that took on corporeal forms is the same ones that died in infancy. They don't understand procreation. So that's how they was tempted to procreate, because they didn't understand the reproductive organ. So once they seen the woman and they got tempted, they having sex and they saw their own nakedness, meaning that they saw their offspring. And then they became parents to their offspring. These angels became parents to the offsprings of these primitive men on the planet, these primitive women on the planet. Because it could have went both ways. So again, it states what? But those who had never learned corporeal things, being imperfected in wisdom, comprehended not Jehovah's word, and they dwelt with the Asuans or primitive man, and were tempted, and partook of the fruit of the tree of life. And lo and behold, they saw their own nakedness. And there was born of the first race. So that lets you know that this was dealing with sex, because it stated that there was born of the first race a new race called man. And Jehovah took the earth out of the travel of Semu. The travel of Semu is the time of creation. So when this took place 6,000 years. Man was created 6,000 years before the Ark of One. The Ark of One, the first Arccycle, started the inhabitable age, the time of Hutu. The time of Semu is the first age, 144,000 years. 6,000 years. So you have 144,000 years, you subtract 6,000 years, Asu was created in the time of Semu. So when it says Semu, it's talking about the earth in the time of creation. So it says, and there was born of the first race a new race called man. And Jehovah took the earth out of the travel of Semu, and the angels gave up their corporeal bodies. See that? In the states, Jehovah said, because ye have raised up those that shall be joint heirs in heaven, ye shall tread the earth with your feet and walk by the side of the newborn, being guardian angels over them, for they are of your own flesh and kin. So right there, the Oahspe is showing you that these angels that came, who died in infancy, by the force of their own will, using the elements of the earth, clothed themselves with flesh and bone, which means they had to have blood. And being that they don't come from the earth, being created from the earth, but by the force of their own will, using the elements of the earth, their blood type would have had to been O. I'll argue anybody that. Their blood type would have had to been O. And then, after manifesting on earth, they was given a commandment not to partake of the tree of life, meaning the reproductive system. The body has 12 systems. The reproductive system is the system that deals with cohabitation, meaning keeping the lineage going. So they were tempted. The man seen a woman. Feelings, goddamn, temptation arose, lusty rose. They interbred, and the new race was born out of the crossbreed between these angels and men. And this crossbreed was called a new race. And to me, that's when the angels had O blood. Now the O blood types from here on out is going to play out through the gene pool of men. So through your blood type, you can connect your lineage. Whether if you come, we all come from Asu, but then also we come from these angels. So it's like 50-50%. We 50% terrestrial and we 50% celestial. Till this day. Till this day, everyone is a makeup of the host of synth entities that came in the first Arccycle after the creation of man, right here. Right here. See that first Arccycle, the Ark of One, the creation of man, the angels and then it states, it said what? Millions of them. It says they're alighting upon the new earth, millions of angels from heaven. See that? So out of these millions of angels that interbred with men, and then the races of men started to diversify then. So this is why I said, like, these angels were millions. So you had all type of nationality these angels would have been looking like. If they appeared on the earth by the millions on each continent, and then they interbred with man on each continent, or primitive man, creating these little pygmies, because you find pygmies or the little people on all continents. You find them in India, with the Kashmir giants. Let me show you a picture to see, right there. Those are the Ions of India. So when the angels interbred with Asu, they created the pygmies, the little people, the Ions. Small. They say white and yellow, but they was copper colored. Copper skin, carbon. They just had light skin. Just like when a baby is born, the skin is light before it darkens. Likewise with man in the beginning. Man was light skinned and then darkened up. You see that? If you look at the oldest Y chromosome, the South African Bushman, he light skinned. Let me give you a picture of the South African Bushman. He has the oldest Y chromosome on the planet. Let me pull it up. Let me pull it up. This dude right here, these people right here, let me show you. Got one picture. Let me have to pull up a next one them there. These people right here got the oldest Y chromosome on the planet. They older than the Congo African you see in Africa. They older than them. This is your Adam Y chromosome right here. The Y chromosome is how you keep trace of the man gene. Mitochondria is how you keep trace of the woman. But these people right here, boom. See that? See the shorty? Let me get a picture of the male. But these set of people, the South African Bush people, or the South African Bushman, let me get the picture of the male, because he's doing that carry the Y chromosome. These niggas is the oldest people, yo. These are your oldest Homo sapiens sapiens. Look at this brother here. See this? Look at that. These niggas got the oldest Y chromosome. And they not dark skinned. They light skinned people. They look Asiatic. They don't even look like your hard body Congo African. You know what I'm saying? They got Asiatic features. And this is a famous picture. Everybody probably know of this guy. Y'all seen him before. That picture of this guy. These people right here got the oldest Y chromosome. What does that mean? That means everybody comes from these people. Because when you study haplogroups, let me see if I can pull a picture of the haplogroups up. Hold on. Haplogroups is tracing the Y chromosome. These people you see right here got the oldest Y chromosome. And all Y chromosomes is diversified from these people. Which is to say that all people come from these dudes. Let's see. Let me pull up the haplogroups. Let's see. Let's see if I can find one with the numbers on it. Matter of fact, I'm gonna put the oldest haplogroup. It'll tell you. You gotta know how to research these things. Let me see. Yes, family. Just how we're moving. Alright, come on, straighten up. Oh, that's one of the blurry ones. Oh, you know what? Hold on. See, the oldest haplogroup is haplogroup A00. That's what it states. Let me see if I can get a picture. See, it says structure and subclans distributed. So we got A00, then A00A, A00B, A0T, A0A1, A1A. That's how the haplogroups distribute. But it's a beginning. It starts with A00. And the people who got A00 is these very same people you're looking at. Mm-hmm. It says what? There are terminological difficulties, but as haplogroup A has come to mean the foundational haplogroup. See that? The foundation meaning that's the first. Everything comes after this. See that? Let me see if I can get an image. But the haplogroup, it says a haplogroup A is a human Y chromosome DNA haplogroup, which includes all living human Y chromosomes. See that? So what I'm showing you is that the oldest Y chromosome comes from these people. And if these people who got the oldest Y chromosome, which is A00, and then all chromosomes descend out of these people, that's showing you that right there. First off, that we all connected. That's the first thing. And then the second thing is, Israelites like to say they E1B1. But guess what? You come from these people, because when you trace E1B1 back to its origin, it's going to come back to A00. Let me see if I can get a picture of that on the haplogroups. Like the actual numbers of it, because it's giving me the pictures. But I need that A00. Alright, let me see here. See, you got Russians. They got different. See, you got the haplogroups for everybody in the world, but I'm just trying to find. Alright. I think we may have some here. Let me see this. They got a map with the haplogroups, but it's kind of small. Where that A00, they go E1B1. Everybody be talking about, yeah, we Israelites, we come from the E1B1. Ah, I bet. I'm gonna use this picture right here. Boom. It's a wrap, family. You know your boy Selah Shalom be on it. You ain't gonna catch me out there looking like a fool. I do my diligence. I do my diligence. So when they talk about Shem, Ham, and Japheth, nigga, get out of here. Y'all all come from that raw chromosome of these people right here. Alright, so here's a map of the haplogroups. See that? This is a world map of Y DNA haplogroups. Now, like I told y'all, the oldest haplogroup is what? A00. Now look right there. It says Y DNA atom, South Africa. It says A00 in the pink. See that? That's the oldest haplogroup coming out of South Africa. And then from A00 you got A0, and then you got A2, A3 coming down. And then it loops out into East Africa, and it says A3. See that? And then it's in alphabetical order. So you got A, and then from A you got B, B. You see B2, and then you got AB. Then you got the C's. When you come into the C's, the CY haplogroups, you notice it's out of Africa. The main haplogroups that remained in Africa is what? Is A, B, and you see E, and then you got R1. Now Israelites like to claim that they E1, B1. So you see some of that E3, B1, you see some of that in East Africa. See that? But the point of me bringing this up is that this is the oldest Y chromosome, which in return is that these people right here are the ones who carry that chromosome. They're considered the oldest Y chromosome on the planet, the South African Bushman. And they light skinned. Like the Irons like to say that they're white and yellow, that's yellow. They say Chinese people are yellow people. We're not talking about yellow like a crayon yellow. But melanated wise, they light. Look at them. They look Asiatic. They don't look like no Congolese African. The Congolese African from the Congo, they what, B2? It says pygmies, A3, you know what I mean? But look when you move up into of Israel. Look at Israel. Look at the land of Israel. You got R1B coming out there. You got J, the J's, and then keep in mind you could pull up the nationality of these haplogroups. You could pull up their nationality. Like it says E3B1. Let's pull that up, see if we get a nationality. Let's see if we get a nationality for E3B1 people. E1B1. Let me see. Well, that's mainly Northeast Africa. I mean, North Africa, they have a high percentage of it. But sometimes they'll give you the nationality of the people as well. All right, boom. I got one. Is this one right here? Let me see. Bong, bong. All right, let me see what we got here. All right, for example, this haplogroup right here. This is Y-DNA haplogroup B2B. This is the Y chromosome of these people right here. They fall in haplogroup B. Haplogroup B, because remember, A, B, E, and R1 is mainly dominant in Africa. So let's pull up one of those haplogroups coming out of Africa and see what the nationality of people is like. See, we do deep studies over here. We just don't damn do surface shit. We get deep into the things. See, now here, look at this haplogroup. This is haplogroup B2B. Let's see if we can find it on the map. There you got B2 right there. You see the center family? Let me enlarge this. Let's see if I can enlarge this up some more. All right, now look at the African continent. It says B2. Now these people are B2, but look at their nationality. Look how they look. See that? These are indigenous, but these people you see that's B2, they come from these people right here. A00. Because B2 is an offshoot. Because like you said, it's like I said, it's in alphabetical order. So if there's B, then B, they descend from A. And A is the origin. So that's so the Y chromosome is proof that every human being is connected, and we all connected through the Y chromosome. The Y chromosome is how the male carries on the sperm cell to cohabit with the nation. So we all connected as a race. But if you want to study the nationalities, the Y chromosome is how you do it. So B2 is right there in the central Congo, Africa. Those were your Congolese. But these people came after. So how did these light-skinned people produce these dark-skinned people? Because they Y chromosome, the South African Bushman, is older. You see that? Vibes. Let's see what else. Let me see another haplogroup we could pull up. So we got these two haplogroups. We got A00 or A1, A2, A3. We got remnants of that, and then we got remnants of B2 right here. Let's see what other remnants of haplogroups we could pull up. Now check this. Israelites like to say that they haplogroup E1B1, right? Now I just put up there, and this is the pictures that they came up for haplogroup E1B1. These are people who got that group. That's why sometimes you gotta be careful. These are people who said to have haplogroup E1B1. Won't cover myself for a minute. Look what it say. Haplogroup E1B1 or Mediterranean Sub-Saharan DNA comparison. So you got E1B1A and E1B1B. It says Y haplogroup E1B1 or EP2 and E1B1 EP2, the most dominant Y chromosome haplogroup in Africa. EP2 is likely to have originated in Ethiopia highlands of East Africa, as this is the place with the high frequency of ancestral subclans of this haplogroup, EP2, diverging into two predominant subclans, E1B1 and E1B1B, approximately 27,000 years ago. See that? This is pre-Pan times that this haplogroup appeared on the scene. But this is the haplogroup Israel claimed. But look who they got up there. What Hitler doing up there? Oh man. But showing you that these are the people with the Y chromosome. This is the same Y chromosome that Israel said they came out of, E1B1. And what did it say it originated from? East Africa. Where? It says the place with the high frequency of ancestral subclan of this haplogroup diverse into two predominant haplogroups. Now hold on, let me come back. Because it mentioned, oh there you go, Ethiopia. It said the most dominant Y chromosome haploid in Africa, EP2, is likely to have originated in Ethiopia. So if you niggas gonna talk about y'all Israelites and y'all claiming to be E1B1, it said it originated in Ethiopia. And did not the Bible refer to Israelites as Ethiopians? See that? See the rise, Clyde? So I'm showing you, family, we not just wishful thinking over here. We deal with the sciences. The sciences prove that we are connected. You can't run that scam now like, we separate people. No. Science has proven that we are connected. This is why Israelites don't like to deal with science, because it breaks their fairy tale. It breaks their divide and conquer tactic. Because now that you realize that you're connected, how are you going to hate somebody that you're connected to when y'all got the same Y chromosome? See that? It kills your whole argument. You dig? See that? That's the science, family. We can take it there. He said them angels that laid down with morals were thirsty. Hell yeah, they were thirsty. But you got to keep in mind, these motherfuckers walking around butt-ass naked. Just imagine you see how them African females, matter of fact, let me get one of them African goddamn South women, and let me see if y'all niggas won't get thirsty. age. You dig? You know what I mean? Like, you got to keep in mind, this is pre-Africa. So you know the picture, the famous picture of old girl. Now, if you niggas is walking around Africa, you angels, like the God said, niggas walking around thirsty. Now, you walking around Africa, you never experienced a corporeal life, and you walking around, and you seeing a female like this, butt-ass naked, thousands of them, and you an angel walking around, and you like, damn, what's that? And you start getting an erection like, damn. Hell yeah, they thirsty. If you walking around and seeing a body like that and a woman like that, hell yeah, you thirsty. You like, damn, nigga, what's that about? Why am I feeling like this? And what did the scripture say? And they were tempted. They seen that and got tempted. They're like, damn. So, just being sarcastic with the brother, Bronze, saying that the angels was thirsty. You goddamn right they were thirsty. You know them African women, you know black women, they got bodies on them that'll have you goddamn, you know, that should catch you out there if you ain't on point. After the flood, was A00 carried to Africa, or was Africa part of Pan? Now, that's a good question, because Pan, when man, according to the Oahspe, when man was created on all continents, but in the Pacific, in the equator region of the continent. That's why a lot of times you find a lot of these old bones like towards the central regions of the continent or the equator. So Pan was definitely one, you know what I mean? But then they don't have the continent of Pan to trace any lineage of any haplogroups coming from Pan. So after, like you say, after the flood is when you find the haplogroups re-emerging, coming from Africa, coming from India and Shem. But that's just the outer Africa theory dealing with the haplogroups coming out of Africa, because the people who did the outer Africa theory is not aware of the continent of Pan and the migrations from Pan into the other continents, coming to Africa, coming to India, coming to America, who are indigenous to Pan. So it's very mystical. It's very mystical, artistical. Word up. He said them second pits look like cats on the block. Exactly, King. This shit real, fam. Yeah, Enuxa looks familiar to Enoch. Yeah, exactly. When I first seen, I like Enoch. I'm like, Enuxa? Enoch. Interesting. Yasso Fitz, I see you. Yo, the guy Yasso Fitz wildin'. Linda Beach. Praise to the high creator. All day family. You know, we getting it in over here. We dealing with these haplogroups, showing the truth that we all come from the same source. You know what I mean? Got to keep it righteous. So like I said, we were just going into different haplogroups. So if you want to study the haplogroups, that'll be, you know what I mean, a good thing to study, because that's studying the Y chromosome. Let me see if they got a whole chart of it. So that's how we deal with the sciences too, yo. You dig? Yeah, family. So your boy Selah Shalom just vibing out on this 4th of July weekend. We just dropping the knowledge on these haplogroups. Let me pull up them haplogroups one more time. The map of the haplogroups, the migration. Sarah Barter. Bong. Erase that. Just needed that for that specific purpose. Bong. There we go. Let me fix that to screen. So it says world map of Y DNA haplogroups. Dominant haplogroups in native population with possible migration route. So they're showing you right here the oldest haplogroup. Now this is the outer Africa theory as well too. The oldest haplogroup is coming out of Africa. But if you notice, look at the continent of Pan. If the continent of Pan was there, and it was found in remnants of people's bones and things of that nature, tracing the Y chromosome, it'll be a different migration pattern from Pan. But being that the continent of Pan was sunk, and history was damn near rewritten, now it's coming out of here. So that's interesting. But this is just tracing the Y chromosome. You know what I mean? So there's some blunders and some stuff to that. You know, it's not all absolute right and exact, but it's just to show. Oh, I'm frozen. Hits the vibes. See son. Yes, family. I think my camera froze on me. Let me see if I could fix this issue with the cam. Deactivate and reactivate. There we go. There we go. I'm back at it like a craftmatic. The Bible already said we are all family. Exactly. But then the Bible said that, well, the Israelites say that, but you know, we were divided, the nations was divided, and we were set apart, and you know, we hate Esau. Esau's not us, and you know how y'all Israelites be talking. Acting like y'all separate from everybody else when y'all carry all the same blood. Not only you connected with the Y chromosome, but you connected with the blood, because every human being is connected with the same blood, one blood. You dig? It's a vibes. Let's vibe. Let's dance. It's two-step. 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 It's a vibes. Yes, family, you know how we do. We teach, we vibe, because it's a vibe. 11:13 in the PM. We've been on for 3 hours and 40 minutes, and it feels like time is standing still. Because it's a vibes. Give me a creator gang in the chat if you still rocking with me. Creator gang. Cause it's a vibes. Alright, I see you, Denzel. I see you. Bring it out. Bring it out, creator gang. Let's vibe. Yes, family. All things done in righteousness as we strive in righteousness. Yeah. Cause it's the vibes. Get you a little chart. Chart out your moon cycles. Bomb. Dig. Stay in cahoots with Jehovah's ways. Even if you stray, come back to the Creator's ways. Third night of the moon. Cause it's a vibes. Creator gang gang, yes, Fraser, I see ya. I see ya, you unique with the words of them there. I see ya, brethren. Check this. Jehovah said, I will keep some tribes of men in darkness till the last days. For men in his conceit shall be confounded. For he shall perceive that the tribes of darkness cannot put away their own darkness. Yeah, man shall bow down in reverence to my lords in the early days of the earth. Now look what it said. Look what it stated. It said what? But Jehovah saith, I will keep some tribes of men in darkness till the last days. Now let's pick up some tribes. Let me pull this picture up right quick. Check this out. Not saying anything bad about the brothers. Just using this as an example to convey the message. Yo, the Oahspe is cold-blooded. Like they say, the internet always wins. God damn it, the Oahspe always wins, yo. I use pictures to convey the message. Now y'all heard about that, the Adam and Islander people, right? Y'all heard about them in the Pacific, in the Pacific. These people in the Pacific that don't like no outside nations coming interfere with them. Anybody come on their land, they gonna eat them or kill them and shit like that. You heard the stories. A couple Europeans went over there, they slaughtered them niggas and ate them niggas. I think some more wild shit. I was like, what? And I'm sure y'all seen this picture right here too. It's, you know what I'm saying? It's a video, but you can see them. These pictures, these people are from. Matter of fact, let me get an image of the regions where they from, so you get an idea. This is where these people from, yo. Let me put up a picture where they from. Now, boom. See that? Now, you see that little red box? You see that little red box in between India and Asia and all that? That's where these black people from. That little red box you see right there, in that little red box, that the Adam and Islanders. That's where these black people you see right there from. But now let's reread what the Oahspe just said. Look what it said. But Jehovah said, but Jehovah, now this is what I'm reading is the book of Sethanti, son of Jehovah, chapter 8, verse 16. But Jehovah said, I will keep some of the tribes of men in darkness till the last days. For men in his conceit shall be confounded, for he shall perceive that the tribes of darkness cannot put away their own darkness. See that? So if ain't nobody ever come and raise these dudes up, they're going to forever be remaining in that same level right there. No. The only industry they're going to be dealing with is just what they're dealing with. The same way we out here building cities and progressing as far as dealing with the talents of corporality, they remaining on the basic level. That's what they say tribes of darkness is going to remain to the end, just to show you that if these niggas ain't raised up, they're going to remain in those levels. See that? So Jehovah's about industry. You know, you start from there, but you continue to progress. You don't stay on that tribal forever. Huh? Miss giving the lessons. Come here. Say what's up.
What's up?
Say peace.
Peace.
See that, family? Just the daughter of Jehovah. Say hey, don't touch nothing.
Okay. Hey, Mama.
You too little. See, you too little. They can't see you.
Well, they see there.
See? You can't see? Tell them what's your name. What's your name? Tell me your name. I'm talking to you.
Gina.
Say it again.
Gina.
Zena. Say peace.
Peace.
What you doing with the remote control? Now go back and watch TV.
Me?
Give me 5. Big girl. All right, now go play. You know, you have to raise up the daughters of Jehovah them, you know? What's up, little man? Give me 5. Come here. Give me 5. Moon face. You know what I mean? The daughters them. Doggy gone. Doggy gone. Go upstairs with sis and go play. Go take your brother with you.
Come on,
So you don't start crying.
Come on.
What up, King? What up, boy? Peace to the king. Wife, you got her hands full. Yes, family, create a gang. Precious little youth, them, you know. And I'm picnic them, you know, king. If I raise up Jah picnic them, the youth them is the future of Jah creation still, yes? You can't progress without perfectively raising the youth them. Don't start that. Come here, baby. Come here. Let me go get this baby right quick. It survives, yes, family. Now have to deal and control the picnic them, you know. It survives, which I want to touch on, yo. Let me give y'all about another couple minutes, man. Roll up our next thing, yeah? Babe, you can have that roll. Linda Beach, I see you. I see the family. Your book sounds like the God of the Old Testament. No, it don't sound like the God of the Old Testament by far. First off, it's a distinction between God and the Creator. And then it's a distinction between the characteristics of the gods. The God of the Old Testament commands the killing of infants. We don't do that. True God over here don't participate in none of that. You must be new. But it's all good though, because it's a vibes. We can edify and clarify whatever misunderstanding you may have thinking that this Jehovah in the Oahspe is anything like the Old Testament God. By far, Jehovah in the Oahspe is not. Because it survives. It survives. I put it on the dryer. Yes, family.
Nina, come here.
Yes, family. We're just vibing, you know. Vibes are going. Just how we're moving, yes? Yeah. That motherfucker been going hard trying to promote his goddamn pornography. This nigga wildin'. This motherfucker ain't giving up. But that's how the spirits of darkness work, yo. You know what I mean? They trying to throw you off like, yo, them niggas getting too much light over there. Let me throw some of this weak ass inspiration to throw them off. That shit don't work, yo. Oahspe got to go up against Christian apologists. Yeah, man, they better do their homework before they come over here. Because, see, a lot of these Christian apologists and a lot of these people, what they're going to try to do is do the, you know, the whole authorship, the whole roundabout, going around about the book, instead of indulging in the information. That's why I'm like, I ain't got time for that shit. Cut to the chase. Bible against Oahspe, chapter and verse. Get the topic. You present the topic and subject matter. We present the topic and subject matter on our end. And then we see which books stand clearest. Regardless who wrote it, how it came about, none of that matters. The only thing that matters is the clarity of the information. That's it. If the shit making sense, it's making sense. Regardless of who wrote it. Hold on. It's a vibes. Peer drugs are come around Jah Council. We for burn them out of them, you dig? Yes, man. You know what I mean? When you're dealing with these vibes, you gotta expect all type of fuckery to come. Keep in mind, the Oahspe talks about restoring and delivering chaotic spirits. You know what I mean? Monomaniacs, foul-smelling spirits, spirits of women who have committed abortion on them. Oahspe goes into these things. Got to deliver all these niggas out of hell. That's the strenuous works, Aya. That's a strenuous works, my lord. Word for word, scripture for scripture, Oahspe right there. Yeah, that's why none of these Israelites, that's why I stopped trying to argue with these niggas for a debate. Because me, Melika Bakabi, Cosmo Cal was going hard for about a good 3 weeks. Calling these niggas out for a debate, calling anybody out for a debate. As far as chapter and verse, let the book speak. It's a simple thing. Now, if you had confidence in your book, you will take the challenge to show that by any means or any challenge, look, my Bible has the revelations that could back up these claims. So we already showed in the second debate I had, when I debated the brother about who was God, and Lord, we showed him proof from the Oahspe that we explained the difference between God, and Lord. But the brother who was reading the Bible couldn't distinguish from the Bible's perspective the difference between Lord God, and God. Or God, and Lord. So he lost that debate because he couldn't find it in scripture to prove it. So the Oahspe won that debate as far as chapter and verse. Cosmo Cal, he had the debate on the authorship of the book. His opponent lost because, first of all, he didn't go into the authorship of the Bible at all. He was wasting time trying to explain the authorship of the Oahspe. Not even the authorship of the Oahspe. He was just talking some crazy shit. He really ain't make no sense. It was a good presentation, but it had nothing to do with the topic. So he lost by default. Cosmo Cal proved his point. He proved who was the author of the Oahspe, the compiler, and the source. The source was the creator. The authors was the angel in charge. And the compiler was John Newbro. He proved that. See that? So that's 2 L's the Bible done took against the Oahspe. You dig? The majestic plural. I'm like, nigga, majestic plural. Who the fuck came up with that? That's so goddamn English. That's so English of them. Show me the word majestic in goddamn Hebrew, nigga. Show me the Hebrew word for majestic plural. That's so goddamn English. These niggas want to be so Hebrew. These niggas is Englishmen. Majestic is the most English of words, nigga. What the fuck they talking about? Fuck out of here. I slept all day. I'm ready to boot out of my drudge and fire up tonight. You done know, yo? Him and his camp's too cocky. He need to be humbled. Who we talking about? What camp? I don't feel. Damn. Nigga be moving around talking so much. What camp you talking about, Bazell? He and his camp too cocky. He need to be humble. Who camp you talking about? Put Nathaniel up against me. Where he at? Who part of IURC up in here? Who knows somebody part of IURC? Nathaniel, he a cocky motherfucker. You know what I mean? He's very arrogant and prideful in his own right. I ain't mad at him. Put his ass up against the Oahspe. Geno Jennings, very prideful and arrogant, but I ain't mad at him. You know what I mean? You following the Creator. You follow your God. You gotta be like that. I ain't mad at you. But put that shit up against chapter and verse. What would Geno Jennings have to say about 1 Samuel chapter 15 verse 3? Do he consign God commanding the Israelites to kill infants? Is that the same God you follow, Geno Jennings? When it says thou shalt not murder and kill, but then God is commanding the children of Israel to kill, do you coincide God's actions? Do you coincide, do you correlate, or do you agree that in one breath God said thou shalt not kill, but in another breath God is telling his children to kill? That's a contradiction of acting. So how do we work out of that? How do we wiggle out of that? See that? Oh, you talking about who part of the Sakari camp? Who you talking about part of Sakari? You talking about the dude who Cosmo Cal debated, or the dude I debated that's part of Sakari? I think the dude I debated, I know he take classes with Zion Lex. He did tell me that. But I don't know if he's a part. I don't think Zion Lex ain't got no camp or nothing like that. He just do like teachings and shit. But Zakari and them boys, that's guerrilla Hebrew in them. Them niggas be out here in Atlanta every now and then. Matter of fact, I seen them niggas today, not Sakari, but I see, what's them niggas? The Sons of Thunder downtown, I seen them today. They ain't have too much of a big audience today, but I seen them niggas out there. Am I right? You know, that's that Geno Jennings, boy. That's my dude right there, yo. I fucks with Geno Jennings. That nigga's sense of humor is off the chain. He be going in on these pastors. He go in on the nation. He go in on everybody. That's why I'm like, damn, alright. If he that confident and he don't back down from nobody, let's get him up against this Oahspe. But one thing I noticed, well, you know what? Yeah, let's put him against the Oahspe because he's one who, he don't read off the Bible. He's like Bible. So I want to know, would he go against another text? Would he debate the Quran, Bible against the Quran? Would he debate? Well, he did debate the Nation of Islam, man. He did them dudes dirty. I don't know if y'all ever seen his debates with the Nation of Islam, but in one debate, he ran through like 3 or 4 Nation of Islam members in one setting. He ran through one of them, boom, 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 beat him up. 20 minutes after, another Nation of Islam came in his place. Bam, 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 he beat him up. Another dude came in his place. Bam, bam, bam. Geno was beating them boys up. So I'm like, oh, okay. You know what I mean? I got you. I see what he's doing. Geno go hard sometimes since he took injections, stopped watching so much. Vegeta. What's that? Vegas idiots? It's crazy. He won debates. He won't. Yeah, yo, Bronze. He did debate an Israelite. Geno Jennings did debate an Israelite, yo. Let me see if I can pull up a still image of that. Mm-hmm. Let's see if I can get a still of that picture right there. Yeah, but yo, he did, yo. He had debated this Israelite cat. He had on some, the Israelite dude had on some glasses and he had dreads. Yeah, you gotta look that up. He debated the Israelite. Washed his feet too. Washed the Israelite feet. I was like, damn, he got down, he got on. But see, I ain't gonna lie. A lot of them cats he debate, them they ain't really fluid like that. I ain't seen none of them dudes that was sharp. Even the Nation of Islam dudes, none of them dudes was sharp. Nobody he ever debated to me was sharp. It was like easy wins. And you know when you got that easy win, you know what I mean? We was trying to get him to debate the Oahspe because I had a man years ago who was trying to get, because it was a dude named Tony Sutton who upload Geno Jennings videos. So my man reached out to him, told him about the Oahspe to see, you know what I mean, if we could set something up or, you know, get a discussion going. But that shit ain't go through. He did debate one, that brother was a failure for real, made them look bad. Yeah, man. I'm like, yo, where he finding these dudes from, yo? He debating the wrong dudes. I'll debate him on the actions of God, yo, like the characteristics of God. I said, if God is commanding the Israelites to kill, if God is requiring blood sacrifices, what distinguishes God from Satan in the Bible? Huh? If Satan is a liar, like your father from the beginning, but then we got God lying too, sending out lying spirits in the mouth of all the prophets and allowing the persuasion to take place. So if God is okay with sending out lying spirits and Satan is a liar, how do we distinguish God from Satan if they're both expressing the same characteristics and behavior? We need answers. In the Oahspe, it says, yo, if Jehovah said, if you was inspired by Jehovah and you do things in righteousness, and then somebody else said they was inspired by Jehovah and they kill a man, you should already know that the one inspired by Jehovah that killed the man is false. The one who was inspired by Jehovah doing righteousness, he was inspired by the Creator. But the one who said he was inspired by Jehovah and killed the man, that was a false God assuming to be Jehovah, because Jehovah ain't allowing no killing. You can't say you a murderer and come up under the banner of your Creator under that false premise. It ain't going down. Exactly. Oh yeah, Ross Word. Yes. You talking about Mr. Vegas? Yes. Oh, did y'all see that debate with Geno Jennings and Mr. Vegas, the reggae dancehall artist? Yo, Geno Jennings is a cold-blooded nigga, yo. I ain't gonna hold you. He know his shit. I'll chop his ass up, though, but he know his shit. He did Mr. Vegas dirty. Them niggas escorted Mr. Vegas out of the goddamn church in Jamaica, in his country. Mr. Vegas from Jamaica. He got escorted out on his soil of Geno Jennings' church in Jamaica. That shit was hilarious. Yeah, I seen that one too, Brandon. That shit was crazy. Yeah, Abba girl, go back to the playlist. Go to the playlist and click some of them series videos. You'll get the true lessons over there. Yeah, yo, that shit is hilarious, yo. We just vibing out, man. Another good book in the Oahspe dealing with creation. See, the creation, you know, the 7-day creation story is fable. So that would leave that, well, how did the creation story begin? You know what I mean? How did things begin? I'll have to go into intricate detail video for that one and lay it out. You know what I mean? From the vortex to the creation of the planet, to the inhabitation of the planet. Gotta show that. So they say that the earth was created in 6,000 years. The Oahspe, it's 144,000 years. It took 144,000 years from the vortex precipitating the gases to the center, creating a globe of fire, raining down sea smoke, creating a mineral kingdom and a vegetable kingdom, and then the animal kingdom. And then when man is created, that's the creation of the earth and animal, vegetable, animal, and man. That time period is 144,000 years, according to the Oahspe, for this planet. So 144,000 years compared to 6,000 years is a damn big difference. Let me see if I can put, no, that's on the other chart. That's on this. So like here. See that? Hold up. See, this is the second age though, but it's the same thing. The first age, the second age, the third age, the fourth age, they all 144,000 years. So from the creation of the planet to the inhabitation is 144,000 years. From the creation of man to the extinction of man is 144,000 years, and so forth. So that's the real significance of 144,000. It's the inhabitation for man on earth. It's the time period from the creation of the planet for men being suitable to be on the planet, 144,000 years. See that? Second. So that's where we at right now. This is half of the inhabitable age. So we're at the halfway mark. Second age, time of inhabitation, first morals on earth, second age, 140. So you see the first half, 72,000 years, the second half, 72,000. So we're now going into the second half of the inhabitable age. We just completed from the first Arccycle to the 24th Arccycle. That's 72,000 years divided by 3,000. 24 times 3 is 72,000, right? And then we got another 72,000 before we become extinct to the planet, which is that, boom. So we're at the midway mark right now. We're at the midway mark. And then we got another 72,000 years before we become extinct to the planet. See that? The creation of mortals. And then in parentheses, the inhabitable time for mortals. And then it says the extinction of mortals. And that's the exact same thing as the other map, but just broken down with different, in a different, just dealing with the Gadol degrees or the 24,000 year periods. That's the significance of that 144,000 years. It's dealing with the processions of time of the inhabitable time of a planet, yo. You dig? When they use those millions and billion numbers on history, yeah, exactly. You know what I mean? The Earth was 2.8 billion. But see, the Oahspe gives you a timeline, so how you could calculate if it even is a length of time like that. Because in the Oahspe, it says the Earth was in its third circuit of the Sivorka in the seventh magnitude. So the third circuit means one circuit is 4 million years. 4,700,000 years. But let's just play with 4 million. So that'll be third circuit. That'll be 12 million years. 12 million years, and that's 24 time, because the solar system is broken down in 8 slits, 8 sections, 576,000 years a section, and roughly that gives you 4 million some change. So just using the 4 million as a basis, and the Earth swinged around that shit 3 times, so 3 times 8 is 24, and a 4 mil, 3 joints, that's 12 mil. So man is roughly, let's just say man is roughly 13 million years. But not straight through. Man is not 13 million years old straight through. Man is 13, the cycle of the earth is 13 million years, but the inhabitable time for man was off and on. 8 at 24 times. So man was created 24 times. Created, inhabited the earth, then went extinct, and then was created again 24 times. That revelation is in, I think, Sentantes, when it talks about the earth was in the third circuit of the sea Vorkum, Dana 24. Took a minute for a nigga to break down and get that understanding. But the Oahspe, a lot of this shit is dealing with cosmological prophecies and timelines. Just like the Ark of Noah. You thinking Noah was a person. Noah was the name of the archaeological timeline of the 17th Arccycle. So these false gods took glimpses and pieces of real things and fabricated them. So like the 17th Arccycle, see that? It's called the Ark of Noah. That's the same Noah who you think is a person walking around with Shem, Ham, and Japheth. But that was an astrological sign, an astrological, cosmological time period called the Ark of Noah. The same way ours is called the Ark of Cosmon, the same way it says the Ark of Nu in the 10th Arccycle, and the same way it says the Ark of Wan in the 1st Arccycle. Same vibes, yo. These are cosmological signs. The 144,000 years is a cosmological sign. It ain't got shit to do with no goddamn Israelites. You know what I mean? 12,000 Israelites know these are dealing with time periods. 12,000 years is an era. 12 times 12 is 144. You still get that same number breaking them in 12s. You dig? So we just going through, fam. How did I end up reading Oahspe? What led me to it? I met this dude at the park. He was a Jamaican, and he introduced me to it. I said, oddly, I saw my name in it, Hojas. Then saw the knowledge that was later proven. Yeah, yo, the shit real, man. That's the thing. You read the Oahspe, then you start going out investigating it in history, and you start coming up with things. It's like, all right. Not everything in the Oahspe you're gonna get historically, because not everything. This book is not based off. It is based off history because it does show you the history. Like I showed you the timetables of prophecy, so it does give you a time period of history. But this book largely talks about the activities of the angels in heaven simultaneously with the time periods of mortal history. See that? See that, Ras? Yeah, yo. Things are on deep. Yep, the subgalactic orbit years. Because the subgalactic orbit years would be the subcycles, or the 8, like the same way we go through, like, 4 seasons, 4 Arccycles. You know what I mean? The solar system is split up into 8 cycles, 8 subgalactic cycles. And these subgalactic cycles is 576,000 years. That's 144,000 years times 4. It gives you 576,000 years. 576,000 years would be your subgalactic time. And it's 8 subgalactic time periods that gives you that 4 mil and some change. 4,600,000 years, which is one orbit of the solar system. The same way they say it takes 365 days for the Earth to complete one orbit around the sun. The sun takes 4,600,000 years to complete one orbit around its sun, which is the Milky Way galaxy, or the center galactic. Yes, family, you don't know it's survived bronze. You dig? Man, I could stay up here all night with y'all, man. I gotta go, man. The vibe be so sweet. I'm like, damn, it's about to be 4 hours already. It's about to be 4 hours already, fam. And y'all still here with me vibing. That's what's up. Said I'm still in bed. Yeah, yo, I had a late night yesterday. I was waking up around this time yesterday. Now coming on live around this time yesterday. I mean, man, it was a good vibe. We had real ism talk. Talked about some real shit. Talked about some street shit, some spiritual things. See, we touch on all subjects over here. We get to the high spiritual, then we go fall and talk in the streets and deal with the drudges, and then bring it back up. It's like a wave. That's how we move. Like the solar system. Like a wave. It's a vibes. We gonna vibe out now, fam. shit. Hits the vibes. Might roll up again. Yes, my brother. That's a third split the eye and roll up since then, yeah? That's what this is about, the vibes, you know? Hits the vibes. Yes, family. Bless up. Bless up, Joss. Hold Joss. Hold Jah. Yes, family. Vibe out. Vibe out. Two-step. We on the dance floor with it now. Yeah, get out of bed and burn a spliff. The best time to burn a spliff when the hygiene wake up, yes? Fresh spliff. Freshen up the mind, yeah? Hits the vibes. We're just gonna vibe out from here, family, but we up out of here. We're gonna vibe out. We're gonna tap into the cosmos. Your boy Selah Shalom is out. Give me your creator gang, family. We out of here. Let's tap into the cosmos. Let's go into the ether right now. Let's go into the ether. Let's go into the ether, family. Let's see what's going on up there. Hits the vibes. Hits the vibes. Hits the vibes. Peace, family.